Hello everybody, welcome back to Sector 1. We are here tonight for some Category 1 racing action around Palisades Village.
Let's go. I wake up to a little bit of drool on my pillow, feel like it's gonna be a bad day. Yeah, I'm tired of shit, and the coffee ain't hit yet, damn ain't that great. I don't wanna go to work, cause my boss is a jerk, and I'm not even that paid. I need a change in my life, cause I don't feel alive, and there's nothing that makes me happy. Hold my beer for a minute, I'm about to quit my job, cash in for a ticket. I'm going on a trip and I don't plan to visit. I'm gonna stay there till I feel like I'm winning all. And this is just the beginning, I need a big change, only feels like living. I need a big swing, home runs I'm hitting, and I'll never look back, moving on till I get it all. And we all got dreams, we all want things. But what you gonna do for it, how you gonna move for it, what you gonna be? And do you believe you can do anything? But what you gonna do for it? How you gonna move for it? What you gonna be? Let's go! Hey!
Hello everybody, welcome back to Sector 1. Hey, I think I was second 2! Oh my goodness!
Geesh went wide.
Oh, he's run wide and goes dead!
Oh my!
Oh no! No! You can't do that!
It's in that steering wheel of that curve.
Fuzzy is somehow keeping it on the track surface! It's a spectacular drive and he will take his first win in the top flight of Sector 1.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, cats and dog. Welcome back to Sector 1 Sim Racing Season 11, the Apex Series. My name is Carbon Boy and I will be your host for the stream this evening. And joining me in the comms box tonight for Race 1 is none other than my fellow Cat 2 driver, currently doing very, very well for himself, is Mr. Revs. How are you this evening?
Doing well, mate. Good to be here. We're going to find out who's the king of the mountain for the Cat 1B guys, eh? This should be a good race.
I am certainly hoping for that. If the action we saw last week is anything to go by, the Cat 1 guys are certainly going to try and one-up us in terms of the amount of action, and I would say most definitely in terms of pace. Have you been seeing any standout efforts in the practice sessions this afternoon?
Ooh, it's been exciting to watch. There's been some fast guys, there's been some wild guys, and there's been loss of control. Yeah, whoever's going to stay out of trouble in this race is definitely going to benefit.
Can confirm, staying out of trouble will definitely help you have a much better race. Go well for a few guys, including yours truly last week, but that is
Same.
okay, because as we all know, it's racing and things happen. So if
I needed a new paint job.
I needed a few things, to be perfectly honest, but that's okay. We'll come back next week. Just saying hello to the YouTube chat guys. Mr. Debrev, good evening. Mr. Aussie Sim Racing, hello, hello. Hello, Captain Muffin. Good to see you around. Do us all a favour, smack the like button, you know the deal. Well, shall we take a quick look at the track map? We're all fairly familiar with the layout of Bathurst, but let's get into it a little bit more in depth. So it is 6.213 kilometers long. There are 23 turns. Technically, yes. So it is our short enduro round. So we have a 10-minute qualifier followed by a top 5 shootout to give those guys a second chance at either improving on their qualifying position. And then that shall be followed by a 60-minute endurance race. Now, we saw 28 laps from the Category 2 guys last week. I would anticipate we would potentially see 29 laps tonight, depending on lap times being run, I would imagine. Now, the strategy graphic, as was provided, the information was provided by somebody who does prefer the alternative strategy, so to speak, so we could probably disregard that information right there. But based on my own experience, because we have the mandatory tyre, the strategy will be a double stint on the softs with a single stint on the medium. Now it will vary slightly as to which order you run those stints in, based on, I would imagine, your qualifying position as well as what is actually happening in the race at that particular time. A lot of the drivers do tend to go in with a set plan and stick to it, but then there are other drivers, myself being one of them, who go in with sort of a vague idea of what they're going to do and just kind of make up the rest as they go along. Which sometimes it can go well, other times not so much, but that's okay. Now we'll quickly flick over to have a look at the points so far for the season. Now, currently leading the way in Category 1B is the Thunder Motorsport team owner, Thunder Artsy, very closely followed by Mr. Dadson, the Dadson Racing team owner. We've got Boy Bagum in Black Rose Racing in third position. He's having an absolute cracker of a season, and he's definitely one to watch tonight. He had a fantastic round at Interlagos, taking out the race win last round. And in the Porsche, which has proven to be strong here at Mount Panorama, when managed correctly, he's probably going to be looking on for a decently solid result tonight. I won't say the win because I don't want to put the moxie on him. Then we've got my two guys from APR Motorsport, Ricky Bobby and Lenosis, followed by the Lightning Motorsport team owner, Stickers. And we've got the other Lightning Motorsport driver of Big J, followed by Nif from CP Motorsports, Danico from Hoon Corp. Mr. Rocky Bullfrog is unfortunately suffered some mechanical dramas tonight for Doghouse, and his car is unavailable, but fortunately they managed to grab their Category 2 driver's car, and unfortunately for Mr. Bullfrog, the Cat 2 driver in the form of Grovel did not let his car be used without him driving it, so he will be filling in for Mr. Bullfrog for Doghouse Motorsport tonight. We've got Hodes from Hoon Corp Esports, we've got Sneaky Stevo from Jamco Racing in what I believe is the lone Ferrari in this race tonight, so it should be quite interesting to see what he can get from the Italian Stallion around Mount Panorama. And rounding out our grid tonight is Morgan Davies for Black Rose Racing. And we shall also have a quick look at the teams points that are going on at the moment. The drivers aren't the only ones, so leading the way in the teams points is Baroque 05 Sim Racing on 80 points, but they have the narrow 5-point margin back to Kraken Esports, who are having a very solid season, it must be said, so far. Third place is the Dadson Racing team in the little Peugeot that could. In fourth place we've got Thunder Motorsport in the McLaren, we've got Doghouse in the Peugeot, followed by Lightning in the Peugeot, just 2 points behind, so it's a fairly feisty French contest right there for 5th and 6th. Then we've got the new kids on the block in the form of the Jamco Racing team in the Ferrari, Hoon Corp Esports, the Peugeot in 8th, Black Rose 9th, CP 10th, Blacklight in 11th, Zero Turn, the other new kids on the block, in 12th, Symmetry in 13th, and I am very sad to see my own team, APR, in a dead last. Yeah, safe to say we're not having as good a season as we would wish, but you know, it's only round 3, things can only get better from here, one would imagine, and I can certainly hope. And we've also got a little bit of a table for the manufacturers' points, just to keep things a little bit spicy. It's a little bit of a side bet we've got going on. Currently leading the way is actually a team Forza Ferrari, followed by the little Peugeots that could. The Porsches are in third place, and the McLarens are dead last. So, just something to be said there. I think. Okay, so we have covered off the track, we have covered off the points. What do you say we kick off our qualifying session, Mr. Revs?
Yep, and we're off. 9 seconds.
Rightio. That is it purple and pink again this week, or just purple?
Oh yeah, definitely got to have the purple polka dots.
Purple polka dots. I love it. Excellent. A little bit of colour in the comms box after last week with young Goatee and his very boring grey. Was not something that I was particularly keen to see when I walked in. I do like a little bit of colour. And even if it's not orange, that's okay. I can deal with it.
Looks like
So
Nico will be first on track.
Got our drivers coming out right now. Shall click on over and bang into qualifying, a 10-minute session as previously mentioned. There'll be a little bit of look at me time as they go through the first sector split, and we'll just let the timing system sort everybody out into the correct running order. So looks like, yes, you are correct. Danico for Hoon Corp Esports. First out on track in the lovely Hoon Corp adorned Peugeot. Also, as a comms guy, very happy that the Hoon Corp and the Black Rose liveries are not only very, very different, but they're also different cars. So that makes my life infinitely easier and makes me look a lot less stupid when I, well, mixed them up a lot last season, let's be honest. Second out on track is Mr. Niff for CP Motorsports in the Porsche RSR. And I keep expecting to see a bright gold and a yellow Peugeot for the Dadson Racing team owner, but that one is reserved for one of his drivers, VF. Got Sneaky Stevo heading down Conrod Straight, getting a bit of a bump draft from Lenosis from APR in the pink-wheeled McLaren. It could be looking like Lenosis looking for a bit of bump draft action in qualifying tonight, possibly to help him out. Now Lenosis is actually not on a wheel tonight. He is, and we've got a couple of guys, I'm sorry, interrupting this. We've got a couple of guys just ducking into the pits. Mr. Big J, it looks like, for Lightning Motorsport, ducking into the pits, possibly for a fresh set of rubber, which I'm not entirely sure why. Revs, you're a lot faster than I am. Could you offer me some insight into that, perhaps?
Well, I found during qualifying I had a problem with fuel. I wouldn't make it to the 5 laps, so maybe these guys are just burning that little bit of fuel or add a dash and fresh tires to do a hot lap on that on the 5th lap.
It's potential. Keep an eye on Big J. Can you just let us know if he's done anything with the fuel situation? Oh, Lenosis with a little bit of a slide there, coming through the cutting. Got Artsy, the team owner for Thunder Motorsport, in the gorgeous pink and black McLaren. Morgan Davies in the Black Rose Porsche, as previously mentioned, very different to the Hoon Corp Peugeot. And we've got his teammate, Boy Bagum, in the other Black Rose Porsche. Just kissing the wall there a little bit, there at the grate. Probably fair to say there'll be a few cars tonight needing a fresh paint job after this round, but, you know, Rubbins Racing. Big J for Lightning Motorsport, fresh out of the pits on his outlap, so he has done himself a little bit of a disservice there, because that gives him 2 outlaps and only 3 laps to set a qualifier here at Bathurst, so that could be quite interesting. As I just saw in the background there, Ricky Bobby sitting at the top of Skyline. Quite possible he had a bit of a moment and just decided to abort this lap and stay out of the way so he doesn't interfere with anybody. If that's the case, definitely a good decision, as Niff chucks in a 202.167 as his first flyer. Woo! He is certainly here to make a statement, and he's done it very early. Sneaky Steve-O in the Jamco Racing Ferrari, not that far behind him, just 2.5 tenths with a 202.4. And is currently 1/10 purple going up Mountain Straight. Boybagum's half a second back in P3. His teammate Morgan Davies currently in P4. Danico did set the first time lapped, but he has been bumped down to 5th position. He set a 203.6, which is still a very commendable lap, I'm not going to lie. I mean, that's a second faster than what I can do. But he's down in 5th position. He's got Dadson sitting in P6 at the moment. Just check back in, I think, with Niff, as he has a little bit of a wiggle coming down the mountain. Coming into Forest Elbow, my number one hated quarter on this track. I get it right maybe 1 in 50. Which in a 28 lap race is... 28 lap race is less than ideal percentages to get it right. So he's down Conrod. He might have a touch of slipstream. And he is 2.5 tenths purple. He's getting a little bit of slipstream here from Danico, I think, as they come into the chase under brakes. A little bit wide there, but otherwise fairly tidy. And I'm having evil thoughts about jumping on board, but that was probably put the commentator's curse on him, I would imagine. As he drops a 201.752, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. Can someone pass me a bucket, because I'm feeling a little nauseous right now. That is huge.
Morgan Davies up to 2nd.
Sneaky Steve-O's done a quick duck into the pits at the end of lap 3. Morgan Davies dropping a 202.269 on his second flyer, so definitely one to keep an eye out for tonight. As he is currently purple going up Mount Straight, had an excellent Hell's Corner. And I have, for the longest time, made the mistake of calling turn 2 as Griffins. And as I was doing a little bit of research this evening, I've discovered that turn 2 is actually Quarry Bend. Griffin's Mount comes after the cutting. So, I have learned something today. As Morgan Davies is right on the back bumper of Artsy, I think he might just have to back off here just to save his lap. Sneaky Steve-O, he's on his out lap. Will get it done, but he will have just a one and done to go after this one. Boybagum's got a solid effort, sitting himself in P5 at the moment as he comes out of the Forest Elbow. Keep an eye on him down Conrod Straight, see how he's doing at the sector split. I think there was a little bit of a lift there. Definitely. He might have aborted this lap just to be able to have enough fuel to have he might be low on fuel, I would imagine, so he's probably saving a little bit to just make sure he can go full send on the 5th lap. As Morgan Davies has come into the pits. Interesting timing to do that, because you're not going to have time.
He definitely didn't have enough fuel to do the last lap, so...
Well, he's not going to be able to do another lap. This outlap will be his final lap, unfortunately. He's sitting in P2, so one could imagine he is somewhat safe. But down on the cusp, we've got Dadson in P6. He is just under 2/10 behind Boy Bagum in P5, so keep an eye on Dadson and see if he can possibly crack the top 5 to make the top 5 shootout. And he is 2.8 seconds down, so yeah, look, probably safe to say that's not going to happen. So possibly our next contender is Big J, just coming through Griffin's Mount now. And up through Reed Park, through Silman Park. Lots of parks up the top. Speaking of parking, Artsy getting out of the way there.
Step out of trouble there. He's moving to the side because he didn't have enough fuel to finish the lap.
Oh, here we go. Big J is 1/10 up on his big time. Dadson is 1.5 tenths in front of him. So if Big J can get an absolute cracker out of Forest Elbow, he might be able to leapfrog up into the top 5 and make the shootout, pushing Dadson and Boy Bagum out of the way as he does so. He's coming down Conrod now, getting very close to the sector split. How's he looking? He is 2/10 up. So there's 1.5 tenths between Big J and Dadson, and 1.5 tenths between Dadson and Boy Bagum. So Big J's come through the chase. He's under the Armour All Bridge into Murray's. This is make or break for him. He needs an absolutely perfect final corner. Can he do it? Bang!
Oh.
Drops it 3, nearly 4 tenths to crack himself into the top 5, knocking Boy Bagum down into 6th place on the final lap. Big J with the pit stop early on, comes in clutch, drops the lap when he needs to, and makes it into the top 5 shootout. So I imagine he is feeling very, very happy with himself right now, and so he should. That was a sensational effort. Rightio, so as we wait for the clock to run itself down and everybody to finish up, I think that was pretty much so let's have a quick recap over those qualifying results while we can get all of the drivers to tick out of the lobby for us so we can commence the top 5 shootout. So on provisional poll at this point in time for CP Motorsports is NIF with a blistering 201.752. If we're seeing a 201.7 from the Cat 1B guys, is a sub 201 from the Cat 1A guys possible? That will remain to be seen. In P2 for Black Rose Racing is Morgan Davies. In third, Sneaky Stevo for Jamco, Thunder Artsy for Thunder Esports, and on a clutch lap for Lightning Motorsport is Big J. Unfortunately getting knocked out of the top 5 shootout for Black Rose is Boy Gum, P7, Dadson, P8, Danico for Hooncorp. P9 Cruisin, who is filling in tonight for Mr. Apex Humper, who has a bit of a situation going on and was not able to make it tonight. So our thoughts are going out to you, Mr. Apex. Hope everything all works out for you, and we look forward to seeing you back next round. In P10 we have Stickers for Lightning Motorsport, P11 for Lenosis, P12 just behind his teammate is Ricky Bobby, P13 is a Grovel, the Doghouse Motorsport fill-in tonight, and rounding out our grid is Mr. Hodes, the other Hugenkorp driver. Righty, so people in the chat, what are your thoughts? I would like to hear who you think is going to win the shootout tonight. Because, well, qualifying, I guess, is one thing, but the shootout definitely adds an element of pressure. You've got one chance. I mean, the worst position you can finish right now is 5th. But if you're NIF and you qualified first, there's potential to lose 4 spots. So having with that in the back of your mind, and only 1 lap to do it in, certainly piles on the pressure, gets the heart rate up a little bit, and I think it makes things a lot more exciting, which is what all of us tend to like a lot about it. As a driver, it's I'm not a fan personally. I don't respond well with pressure, but then again, I didn't make the shootout, so I didn't have to worry about it at all. That was not a problem for me. Revs, what are your thoughts on that qualifying session?
The big surprise was Morgan Davies. He didn't get to the room until just before race start, so coming second, that was pretty impressive.
Indeed it was. I certainly didn't... well, it was hard to see get an idea of where he was going to be, as you mentioned, because of the lack of presence in the practice beforehand. But maybe he was just trying to keep something under his belt, keep his cards close to his chest, so to speak. But what do you say? We get these guys started on their top 5 shootout.
Yes, sir. First off will be Big J.
Rightio. So, for those of you at home watching who may not know exactly what's going on, so with the shootout tonight, we send 1 driver out at a time, and when the first driver is halfway through their hot lap, so they'll do their out lap, and then commence their 1 hot lap. When they are halfway through their hot lap, that's when we send the next driver out onto their out lap. And so on and so forth. And then once the first driver has finished their hot lap, they will do a cool down lap and then pull into the pits and park. That's how it works in theory. We are counting on the drivers to work with us on this one. So we shall see how we go. So first out on track tonight for Lightning Motorsport is Big J in the little Peugeot that could. So he's on his out lap right now. Certainly getting plenty or as much heat as he can into those tyres. It's a tricky place, Bathurst, to get heat into the tyres, because try as you might, by the time you get to the end of Mountain Straight and Conrod Straight, your tyre temps have usually dropped 2 degrees, give or take. So all that work you can do just goes completely out the window. So my thoughts to drivers is practice racing on cold tyres. Is basically my thoughts. Monza is another track that comes to mind where this is a similar scenario because of the long non-cornered sections, slight bends, but nothing that would load up the tyres enough to get some heat into them. Anyway, enough of my yapping. Got Big J coming down towards the chase. Takes it nice and smoothly. Coming down, approaching Murray's. Might just jump on board with him for this one. Don't want to put the moxie on him, but we don't tell him. I think everything will be fine. Nice line through Hell's Corner. Just getting in on the apex, running out wide over the ripple strip, using every bit of the track. Get a little moment here going up Mountain Straight to just mentally reset. Got to prep yourself for quarry. Lay it on the brakes, tuck it in. Don't hit that ripple strip on the inside because it does unsettle the car. Hold it in tight against the wall through the cutting, otherwise you will end up in the outside wall. It's a bad time for everyone. Very tidy up through Reed Park. Through McPhillamy. Run it out as wide as you dare without getting on the grass. Very brave down through there, through the dipper. Or a little sideways moment. Well caught. The elbow, hold the wall, get on the power as early as you dare. Can confirm that outside concrete wall is very solid. Don't need any guys tonight to double check that theory. I can confirm. Down Conrod. How late do you brake? Whoa, well held there. Little bit of a sketchy moment. That might hurt him a little bit for his lap time. See how he does as he comes through Murray's onto the main straight. And I do not have the race info up. My apologies. He has dropped a 203.196.
Respectable.
That is a very, very solid, very solid lap there from Big J. Next out for the top 5 shootout is Mr. Artsy. On his out lap. He'll be seeing that purple lap there from Big J. He will know what he's got in front of him, what he needs to do. The question is, can he rise to the occasion and get it done? Checking in the YouTube chat, we've got Debrev putting Nif on for pole position. Which is fair. I've also been told that yes, we need to get the driver names off. My apologies everybody at home. Hopefully that looks a whole lot better now. I'm having one of those nights. That's not good, but that's alright. We got there in the end. Thank you very much, YouTube chat, for pointing out my failings, of which there are a few, and there will be many more. But anyway, back to the action. We've got Artsy heading up the mountain. It's gone through the quarry, into the cutting. Nice and tidy. Up the hill, gets onto the power nice and smoothly. Very easy to get on the power too early there and absolutely bottle it. Reed looking very tidy. Into Skyline. And he is purple. 700s, but purple is purple. Doesn't matter. Oh, a little bit slidey there through the dipper. That might cost him a little bit, I would imagine. Great exit out of the elbow onto Conrod. And it's just mashed that foot through the firewall. Or in this case, in the McLaren, the footwell. Because the firewall is behind you. And just absolutely send it. He is still purple. He lost 600s, but he is still purple. So the Chase and Murray's will be the make or break for Artsy. It's under the bridge. It's got to get the braking point. Absolutely perfect for Murray's. Tucks it in. Gets a very good drive. Uses all of the track and then a little bit more. What can he do? Can he go purple? He does!
Oh.
With a 2:03.192. He goes purple by 4 thousandths of a second. What's the saying? It doesn't matter if you win by an inch or a mile, winning's winning. So he is currently winning. But there is still 3 drivers to go. And we shall check in with one of them, which is our next driver, Mr. Sneaky Steve-O in the Ferrari. Now, I really want to ride on board with this one for a little bit, because that Ferrari just sounds amazing. So here we go. We're in the inside the Jamco Racing Ferrari. Just listen to that sing. It's almost like it's angry and sensual at the same time. It's a great drive through Hell's Corner, up on a mountain straight. How's our sector split looking? He's purple by 1 and a bit tenths with a 19.2. We've got a great Hell's Corner. Oh, rides up on the ripple strip through the quarry. That's brave. Every time I've done that, I've either ended up in the outside wall or facing backwards. Either way, not great. A little bit squirrely through the cutting. Through Reed and then Sulman Park, through all of the parks. I'm just going to go with Reed, Sulman, McPhillamy. Easy peasy. Lemon squeezy. And he is 3 tenths purple coming down through the dipper. Ladies and gentlemen, he is on to an absolute flyer here. Can he hold on to it through the elbow? Oh, I think he would have missed that outside wall by the thickness of the paint of coat on that car. Paint of coat. Coat of paint. English, Carbon Boy. English. Do you speak it? And he is 7 tenths purple going down Conrod. Wow. We are looking at an incredible lap here tonight from Sneaky Steve-O. He is not being sneaky at all. He is being very obvious that he is a man on a mission and wants that pole position. Down into Murray's, using all the track, gets the drive, he's onto the main straight. What can he do here? He does a 2:02.2. He's nearly 1 second faster than Thunder Artsy's time set just on the lap prior. So, currently provisional pole, Sneaky Steve-O for the Jamco Racing team, which I anticipate will have his team owner Giffo jumping up and down, very, very happy at this point. Next up on track we have Mr. Morgan Davies for Black Rose Racing in the Porsche RSR. Well, this has been quite interesting actually so far. This is our fourth driver and our fourth manufacturer. That's the word I'm looking for. So we've had a Peugeot, we've had a McLaren, we've had a Ferrari, now we've got the Porsche. What can the Porsche pull out of its hat? It's Morgan Davies onto the main straight, crosses the finish line and commences his flying lap. His sector split light going up mountain. 19.275, so he's on pace. It's on pace with Sneaky Stevo, who I think did a 19.224. Please don't quote me on that because my memory is terrible at the best of times. As you can tell, he's pushing through the cutting. He's usually using every millimetre of track space. Through the parks. All of the parks. Oh, nearly brushes the wall there. Gets a little unsettled on the ripple strip. Through the S's. Oh, a big moment into the dipper. I think that has... Oh, that was a big hit into the wall. The Porsche not liking it coming down the hill there. I think that has well and truly sealed the deal.
To the car.
Oh, there is a big witness mark on that front right corner, unfortunately. So I think that might have just sealed things for him. He's done a 134 going down through the sector split on Conrod, and I think that is fairly well down on the previous laps. Very unfortunate there for Morgan, but as we mentioned previously, the worst position you can finish is 5th. I mean, after qualifying 2nd, it's a bit of pill to swallow, unfortunately, but with a 2:03.972, so again, not a terrible lap, but yeah, one little misstep at the top of the mountain has cost him pretty dearly. And a quit to pit there, unfortunately, from Morgan. Somebody didn't get the memo. Mr. Jimmy Food Superfly, please have a chat to your team drivers. Anyway, moving on. Our last driver in the shootout tonight. If CP Motorsports, there's everything to play for right now. Kind of wonder how his heart rate is doing down the main straight as he comes through to the chase. About to start his flying lap in the top 5 shootout.
He'd be pumped, I think.
You'd definitely be fired up, but is that going to work for you or against you? That is the question. Our second Porsche in the top 5 shootout. Given that there's only 4 manufacturers in our series, we had to have 2 of something. And, well, I'm surprised it was the Porsche, to be honest, but has proven to be a decent contender here at the mountain, as he's dropped a 19.4 through the first sector, which from memory is about 2/10 slower than our purple lap, so he might need to do all of the work over the top of the mountain, which, as we saw with Morgan, can lead to disaster if you're not extremely careful. But I have the feeling Nif might just be throwing caution to the wind at this point. Comes up over the top of the mountain, through the parks. Probably getting screamed at by the Bathurst faithful for calling them the parks, but oh well. 1:01.6 coming down through the S's. Gets through that and the dipper quite cleanly. A little bit squirrely, but nothing terrible. Into the biggest bugger of a corner on the track, Forest Elbow. Keeps it off the wall. Now this is where it's the all-important split, down Conrod. And he is purple by nearly 2/10. I was going to say one and a half tenths, but he has had a massive run over the top of the mountain. Throwing caution to the wind has certainly paid dividends for him, because he was 2/10 down, so he's made that up and then nearly another 2 over the top of the mountain. So Nif proving he is not afraid of the mountain at all, and I have done something very, very nasty with my keyboard.
Very nice.
And I have missed that purple lap, unfortunately. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, I've had a technical mishap here at the comms box. But NIF has dropped a 202.0, if I could read that properly, a 202.039. So he's not quite as quick as he was in qualifying, but still plenty fast enough. So that is our Category 1B Top 5 shootout, run and done. As NIF does his victory in lap, so to speak, we'll have a quick recap of our qualifying results. So, on pole in the official qualifier and taking out the top 5 shootout in sensational style is NIF for CP Motorsports. Closing up on the pole position, moving up a couple of spots for the Jamco Racing team is Sneaky Stevo. He will now be starting from P2 on the front row. Artsy has moved himself up one position as well into 3rd. Big J's managed to get himself up one spot as well onto the 2nd row of the grid in P4. Morgan Davey, unfortunately, with that little bit of a mishap, has found himself down into 5th position. Now, it's not as good as P2, but it could certainly be a whole lot worse. So I guess that is the silver lining. And then we will have in P6 will be Boy Bagum, P7 will be Dadson, P8 will be Denico, and then we have Cruisin filling in for Apex in P9. Rounding off the 5th row of the grid will be Stickers. On the 6th row of the grid will be an APR lockout in the form of Lenosis and Ricky Bobby. And the final row of the grid will be Grovel filling in for D. Reed for Doghouse Motorsport. He's very generously donated his car, but unfortunately the driver comes with it. Well, unfortunately for D. Reed, that is. And rounding out our grid tonight is Hodes. Now, it's probably worth mentioning that my boy Lenosis tonight is actually not racing on a wheel. He is actually on holidays at the moment, in an undisclosed location, but is actually going to be racing on controller tonight. So at least myself, having tried driving on controller, I am absolutely horrible at it, and I'm at least 10 seconds off my normal pace per lap. So for Lenosis to be still not dead last while he's on controller, totally commendable effort, so I've got to give him some props for that. I tease him a lot in the team rooms every other time, but this is something I should probably give credit where credit is due. So just checking in with the YouTube chat while we get the lobby set up. I am tempted to go to an intermission, but I have faith in my race director Revs to get the lobby set up in a very very efficient amount of time. It's good to hear, good to hear. And I would rather, well, I'm not sure what people watching would prefer, the intermission or to listen to my voice for another 5 minutes or so. So we're trying an experiment. YouTube chat, let me know. What would you rather? Would you rather an intermission, or would you rather listen to me for 5 minutes and go? Because that will determine what we do for the Category 1 race that is coming up after this one. Just checking in the chat, we've got Mr. Giffo, the Jamco team owner himself. suggesting penalties for drivers. You know what? I'm gonna leave that alone. I'm not touching that. There's some congratulations in there from Dubrev for well done, Nif. Definitely 100%. That is a fantastic effort from Nif to secure pole position not once but twice in succession, and certainly the second time around having to do it under a lot more pressure than it was the first time around. And there's a reference in here from Giffo to Nif up the Warwick Kappa. I get the Warwick Kappa. I know who he is, but I don't quite get the reference here. So if people could possibly explain that one for an old man who's not quite hip and or with it, that would be fantastic. Debrev tells me apparently you guys like listening to me. You guys are crazy, but I love you all the same. Thank you very much. Oh, pardon me, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry, I just had to mute the microphone there. I don't think you really wanted to hear me coughing. Apparently, that mouthful of water decided it wanted to go down the breathing tube, not the swallowing tube. So, that's a 0 out of 10. Do not recommend. Yeah, don't go doing that. Oh dear. Right. So, Bathurst, what are your predictions, people in the chat? What are you thinking? Who's going to take the win? Is Nif going to continue his dominant performance from qualifying? Is he going to skip off into the distance, disappear, and leave everyone else to fight for the best of the rest? Is Sneaky Steve-O going to... I don't watch enough Formula 1 to give the appropriate reference, but is Sneaky Steve-O going to do, well, the opposite of what the Ferrari team has been doing in recent times, and actually have a successful result? Is he going to pull a masterstroke and out-strategy Nif and sneak the win? Just got to remember that we do have the mandatory compounds. You do need to use both the racing soft and the racing medium tyres. How you use them is completely up to you. You could do one lap on the mediums and then do the rest of the race on softs if you really want to. Given the amount of time it takes to pit, change tyres, and the fact that won't get 15 laps out of a set of softs, well, let me rephrase. You could get 15 laps out of a set of softs, the same way you could get 15 laps out of a tank of fuel. You would be so horribly slow that it would defeat the purpose of doing so. Alright, so, good work there, Revs. I like it. That was ready in much less time that would take for us to go to an intermission. And I've just been informed by Giffo that apparently Nif looks like Warwick Kappa in person. I'm going to assume that that is a compliment. Yeah, we'll go with that. Anyway, rightio, Revs, I am ready to get started whenever you are. So, ladies and gentlemen watching at home, I hope you have taken the opportunity to grab yourself a fresh drink and some snacks while I have been waffling on. And that you are ready to settle in and kick back and enjoy the next 60 minutes of racing here at Mount Panorama.
And here we go. 9 seconds.
Rightio, the button has been pushed. Let's get it on. Not in that fashion, Muffin. I know what you're thinking. No. Rightio, so... our drivers are lined up on the grid. Now we are, of course, running the rolling start layout, which does mean if you're further down the grid, as I found out last week, if you're further down the grid, you will start the race halfway through Murray's. which does make things interesting when you're full throttle and in first gear. So here we go, 3, 2, 1, and our race is underway. So Niff leads away into Hell Corner, very closely followed by Sneaky Stevo. It's all looking very smooth, very single file. Pardon me there again, ladies and gentlemen. A little bit of a coughing fit at the wrong moment. It looked like Niff was doing a little bit of I don't want you to have my slipstream up Mountain Straight. It's all looking very, very clean right now. All line astern for the most part at the moment. Morgan Davies is at the moment a bumper sticker on the back of Big J. Oh, he's a little bit sketchy there through Reed Park. I'm not sure if he had a traction issue or whether he found the wall. But he's dropped off, so that's given Big J a little bit of breathing room. Bit of a gap starting to form here between the top 6, between the back of Boybagum and Dadson. There's a second gap already. Dadson in P7 is leading a little bit of a gaggle here of got Dadson, Danico and Cruisin. Now Cruisin proved himself to be a more than capable driver here last week at Mount Panorama. He did have a bit of a late race incident which put a bit of dropped him down the finishing order a few spots, but otherwise he had an absolutely blistering run, so I think he'll be able to hold his head high up here tonight. So at the moment we've got Niff out the front. He's managed to pull a 1.2 second gap, so it's possible that Niff wants to scoot off into the distance and try and break that slipstream and just build as much of a gap as possible. How are we looking for tyre compounds there, Revs?
Everybody's on the mediums by one driver. Would you like to know who that is?
I would actually really like to know who the odd one out is.
Thunder Artsy in 3rd place.
Alright, so Artsy's on the racing softs.
Yes, he is.
Okay. So, anticipating we'll probably see the first pit stop from drivers, well, I would say on the mediums, depending how confident they are on how many laps they can get out of the softs. Probably around the lap 10 mark. But we'll keep an eye on that. So everyone's on the mediums except for Artsy. Noted. The Sneaky Stevo has actually managed to chop a large chunk of time out of Niff. It was 1.2 seconds at the end of the first lap. It's now halved as he is sliding his way through the S's and the Dipper. Then again, Ferrari, cold mediums. Yep, the sliding is probably inevitable at that point, I would imagine. I'm not sure what the Ferrari's like. I've heard the Porsches are not a fan of the S's or the Dipper. The McLaren is really quite stable through there in my own experience, or perhaps I'm just slow.
We have an argument for 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th place at the moment. They're fighting into the last sector.
Oh, there we go. So Danico's managed to make his way past Dadson. Say he got that done on the slipstream, got a good exit out of the Forest Elbow, and got it done through the slipstream down Conrod. So our fastest lap right now at the moment is Sneaky Stevo with a 203.873. Now there was only been a first flyer, but bear in mind that that's on a medium tyre with a full tank of fuel. just put that into perspective for you. So with a half, oh, there we go, as Dadson looks down the inside of the quarry. Or was it a little bit of a touch there? Danico's gone quite wide there. You know, I'm not sure. Or as Cruisin, ever the opportunist, up the inside of Datsun before the cutting, gets it done, says, I'll have that, thank you.
I think.
Meanwhile, Team APR in the background with Lenosis and Ricky Bobby trying to find a way past through the parks. I don't think that's going to happen. And tagging on the back of Ricky Bobby. Sorry, tagging back on the back of the Team APR is Grovel. So he'll be keen to... so there was... so Datsun has redressed, okay, so I would imagine there probably was a little accidental contact through the quarry. It certainly didn't look malicious. It might have just been a slide a little bit wide, or just touch the ripple strips a little bit, and things all go bad. But good to see the sportsmanship there. As the Doghouse Peugeot is in the sights of the APR McLarens at this point in time. Can't quite get it done down Conrod, but they have closed up. I have it on good authority that the APR guys are in constant radio communication with each other, so I don't foresee any issues with them running line astern like this. And now that I've said that, I'm going to get the camera off them so I don't jinx them. And having a look back up the front, we've got Nif, who's still maintaining a fairly comfortable gap of 7/10 back to Sneaky Stevo, who's a little bit wiggly there through the quarry. Drops a tenth of time. Now, I did note last week that Giffo has been a bit of a strategy master for the Jamco team. Certainly gave Blind Man an absolute cracker of a strategy, so I wonder if his efforts will pay similar dividends tonight. Happy for anyone to confirm or deny that. Also having a look at the YouTube stats at the moment, we've got 39 viewers at this point in time, or sorry, 35 at the moment. We've only got 16 likes, so if people there, can you just smash the like button for us? Help us bump those numbers up, that would be fantastic. Oh look, there we go, we've got 16 now, thank you very much. Rightio, enough of the YouTube algorithm work. Back to the action. Artsy's still holding himself in third position, but it is noted that he is on the racing soft compound, whereas everybody else around him is on the medium compound. Also worth noting that while I've been waffling on, both Morgan Davies and Boy Bagum have managed to make their way past Big J, who's dropped down to 6th position at the moment. So I would imagine that Big J's possibly had a bit of a moment somewhere up the top of the hill. Sorry, the mountain. Can't call it a hill, I'll get in trouble. I'll have people with torches and pitchforks.
The thing about the mountain is, I don't care whether you're a professional or you're an amateur, you got to have a really good day not to make any mistakes on this mountain. This thing is full on all the way from start to finish, and if you're not on your toes, you're not all hands on deck, it's so easy to slap a wall, turn around, get set for 6, and your race will be devastated.
100%. It is definitely a circuit that commands respect, because it will not respect you. Those concrete walls are very, very solid. They are very unforgiving, as are the ripple strips. They are very unforgiving as well. And so far, it's running pretty well here for Team Black Rose. Currently 4th and 5th on the road, as Morgan Davies is slowly eating into the gap between him and Artsy, which is quite commendable when you consider that Artsy is on the racing soft, Morgan Davies is on the medium.
And Morgan's purple.
Wow. Now, I've followed Morgan for quite a few seasons, being race director and streamer. I am kind of curious, how's his fuel situation compared to Artsy in front of him?
Well, firstly, I want to say is I believe it's Morgan Davies' birthday today, so I wanted to say happy birthday to him.
Also,
yep,
definitely. Happy birthday, Morgan. He certainly looks to be holding off his birthday celebrations just for a little bit longer until he's done the race.
Artsy's got about 10% more fuel than Morgan. Morgan's a little bit under a half a tank, and Artsy's just above a half a tank. So.
Okay, so in true Morgan fashion, he is using all of the fuel because he has paid for all of the fuel. Right.
The problem I see is that that Artsy's tires are far more worn than Morgan's, and we all know once those softs start to wear out, the mediums come into their own category, especially here. So I expect Morgan to be all over Artsy.
Indeed he is. He is pretty much a extra bumper sticker on the back of that Thunder car at the moment, coming through all the parks. Not going to get a move done through the S's or the dipper unless the guy in front of you absolutely bins it. It looks like he could be setting him up here for a decent exit at the elbow. And he gets it, but can the Porsche, even in the slipstream, can it haul in that McLaren? Might just jump on board with Morgan as we come down Conrod Straight. He's definitely in the slipstream. He's looking to the outside through the chase. Side by side into the braking zone. Oh, gets it done. Quite easily, in fact. Very wiggly. I reckon we should try and have a look at an LJ Media replay, just because I think that was a fairly decent overtaking maneuver. Side by side through the chase. Easy as you're done. Textbook maneuver. Easy as you like. Textbook maneuver. Thank you very much. He says moves himself up into a P3.
They're putting a little bit of a gap between him and Steve-O at 1.2 seconds. Yeah. That'll do. Ricky Bobby all over the back end of Danico, heading up the mountain.
Thank you, Trojan. I had just realised that my microphone was muted. But basically I was saying that I was in the process of trying to get the race timer in the top left corner of the screen fixed because I had noted there was a slight problem with it. Apparently we still had 57 minutes to go. So, rightio. So we got Morgan Davies closing up onto the back of Sneaky Stevo, and given that it is lap 9, I say we should probably have a very quick APR tyre fuel update, Mr. Revs. What do you think?
Yeah, awesome.
Let's do it.
All right. The top 3 cars, NIF is the best with the field. As we all know on this track, that it's the front right tire, which is the worst. He's got probably 20% wear on that, and then just under a quarter of a tank for NIF. Sneaky Stevo, same on the tires, but he's a little bit under a quarter of a tank with the fuel. Morgan Davies, he's probably the worst out of the top 3. Probably about 79, 78 on the front right, left, and probably an eighth of a tank. Thunder Artsy, he's out into the pits.
All right, he's into the pit.
19% left over.
Yep, he's getting rid of those soft tyres. Boy Bagum, he's coming around again.
Yeah, he's on probably an 80% tire, just under a quarter of a tank. Copy and paste for Big J. Copy and paste for Cruisin'. The same with the Datsun car. Now Danico, he's got a little bit better fuel. He's just a touch over a quarter of a tank, but the same in the tires. Ricky Bobby, he's probably got a quarter of a tank and probably 80% of a tire. Lenosis, he's probably got a quarter of a tank and 80% of a tire. Grovel's got a quarter of a tank and again 80% of a tire. But it looks like his right rear has the more wear here, so I have to keep an eye on that. Stickers is doing well, just under a quarter of a tank, and his tires are looking all right. Probably maybe 15% wear. Hodes has got a quarter of a tank, and yeah, very minor wear with about maybe only 10% wear on that front right. And Thunder Artsy, who just has himself in that pit stop, is on the first pair of mediums and a full tank.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Rev, for that APR Automotive Tyre and Fuel update. As we cross back up, Mr. Morgan has dropped a little bit off the back of Sneaky Steve-O there, just giving him a little bit of breathing space.
And he's coming in.
And he is, yep, as you said, deciding to pull the pin now and go for the undercut. Well, he's got 6% fuel left in the tank, so trying to get another lap, that would have been interesting, to say the least. So that bumps his teammate, Boy Bagum, up the order. That'll put him into provisional 3rd position. As Cruisin pulls the pin and comes into the pits as well.
Renos is in.
And Ricky Bobby as well.
And Grovel.
Okay, so pretty much a large percentage of the drivers choosing lap 10 to come in and get rid of those medium tyres. Meanwhile, Niff and Sneaky Steve-O up the front have decided we know better.
Going for the lap 11.
I don't blame them. If they do 11 laps this time around, that leaves them a 9 and 9.
9 lap and an 8.
Oh, it depends if they get 29 laps or not. With the lap
Very
times,
true. That's true. Yeah.
with their lap times at the moment, I would anticipate that these two will get a 29th lap. Boy Bagum being currently nearly 15 seconds off the back of them, I don't think so.
No.
But I would anticipate seeing these two getting a 29th lap tonight, so it would probably pay for them to keep that in mind when it comes to their pit stops and fueling strategies. Because there's nothing worse than doing the math in your head with 2 or 3 laps to go and you work out how many laps you've got versus how much fuel you've got left in the tank. And
If is in.
those numbers are not the same. It's not a good feeling. Alright, yeah, we'll keep an eye on Boy Bagum, just see what he's up to. He is into the pit as well. Big J also into the pits. Not a massive fuel difference there between Niff and Sneaky Steve-O. It's probably about half a second as Dadson pulls into the pits, and Denico is the Lone Ranger who goes around again for a 12th lap on those medium tyres. May not have too much faith in his and the car's ability to look after the soft tyres, I would imagine, by running the extra laps on the medium, so we'll see how that works out for him, whether it's a benefit or whether it hurts. A bit of a lull in the race. My apologies everyone for the slight muting of the comms there before. That was a coughing fit followed by I'm trying to fix a timer. My brain can only multitask to a certain degree. Just ask my wife, she will confirm that.
After the pit stop, Sneaky Steve-O has put himself in what I would say first because Denico still has to pit, and Niff only because he's short fueled. Looks like Steve-O probably took almost a quarter of a tank less.
Okay, so Sneaky Steve-O has managed to jump Niff by 3.5 seconds after being 3/4 of a second behind. So by my math, that's at least 12% fuel less at minimum. Now there was only a 2% difference between the two. So it looks like Sneaky Steve-O's gone for the I'll get track position and worry about the fuel save later kind of approach, which, look, I gotta admit, I'm uncertain about this one because in my testing before the season, the Ferrari was, at least for me, absolutely horrible in terms of fuel consumption. Like, there was no, I could not get it to go fast without burning all of the fuel. But the teams that are using it this season are certainly proving themselves to be more than adequate at making it go fast while still being able to use a fairly reasonable amount of fuel. And speaking of which, Danico comes into the pits with 2% left, so he's going to be getting rid of those mediums. Sneaky Steve-O takes over the provisional first position and has also managed to extend out his lead by 2/10 over Diff. So possibly the Ferrari on a lighter fuel ad goes purple, if you don't mind. Well, given that he's on a lighter fuel load and on soft tyres, I shouldn't be overly surprised. It seems like the Ferrari might just be happier on a lighter fuel load.
Little heads up to, in 6th place is Boydicum. He put himself on a new set of mediums. So mediums in the first stint, mediums in the second. So there's something to look out for.
Interesting. So he's gone for the double medium stint. I wonder if that was deliberate or whether that was a misselection of compound.
Maybe.
It's entirely possible to do, but okay, so we'll wait and see. After the first round of pit stops, Artsy is still the meat in a Black Rose sandwich. Or in this case, it might be a Black Rose burger with Thunder Esports being sponsored by his boy Elroy. Burger bar.
Morgan Davies all over Big J. Might be trying to take an attempt to pass down the bottom of the mountain.
Oh, there we go.
He goes
Yep.
to the side.
Alongside, down Conrod.
Does it easy.
He's definitely got the pace to go past. Is Big J going to press the issue? Has a look down the inside, shows the nose. But nothing doing there. I think he was just playing a little bit of game. Always stings a little bit when you get overtaken, so you've got to just have some fun with it, I guess.
Niff with the new fastest lap of 2:02.942.
Oof, he is not here to muck around, and he has managed to take a couple of tenths out of that gap between himself and Sneaky Steve-O. They have, between the two of them, they've managed to crank out nearly 4 seconds between themselves and Morgan Davies as well.
Datsun just went around cruising for 9th place.
Let's see if we can catch that on our LJ Media action replay.
Go Datsun Racing, that's the boss.
Hashtag no bias.
No bias, no bias. Gotta do a shout out for the boss though.
Yep, beautiful. Got a great drive out of Hell's Corner, up Mountain Straight. Cruising appeared to not be able to get the power down as effectively, and it was easy as you like for Datsun going past up the mountain. So he's got himself into P9 at the moment, currently setting his personal best lap, coming through down the S's and the Dipper. Lenosis and Ricky Bobby for Team APR have moved themselves up into P7 or P8 and P7 respectively. So a little bit of bias from me is go boys, get it done. And that's about as much bias as I'm going to be able to give, so I'll get the camera off them before I jinx them. just have a look at the gap between Boy Bagum and Ricky Bobby. It's currently sitting at 1.5 seconds. Now we know Boy Bagum's gone onto the medium tyres again, so that might come back to bite him, as that gap between him and Ricky Bobby has dropped 4/10 just through the chase.
Something must have happened with Sneaky Steve though, because he's lost almost a second and a half to Nip.
Well, we've got Sneaky Steve-O ran a 2:04.5 last lap, whereas Nif ran a 2:03.1. So there's 1.5 seconds right there, or 1.4 seconds right there. So it's maybe entirely possible that Sneaky Steve-O has done the math and realised I might have short fueled a bit too much.
Just a little, yeah.
And maybe needed to do a conservation lap to bring the numbers back into line. Unless, or it's entirely possible he's just had a little bit of a mishap of some description.
They're running 2/10 purple at the top of the mountain.
Gonna have a look back at Boy Bagum in P6 at the moment. Got Ricky Bobby closing in to under a second, so the difference in the tyre compound is certainly coming through. Might just jump on board with Ricky Bobby as he comes down through the S's and the dipper. Probably the scariest part of any racetrack in Australia. Say all you want about turn 1 and turn 2 of Phillip Island, there's nothing comes close to the S's and the dipper. As Ricky Bobby has a great run down Conrod, he's in the slipstream of Boy Bagum. Boy Bagum stays left, Ricky Bobby pulls to the right, gets it done before the braking zone. A little bit wide there coming through the chase, but those soft tyres are certainly make things a lot easier in terms of getting the power down out of Forest Elbow and getting on the brakes late into the chase. Don't think there was really a lot that Boy Bagum could have done right there. Just had to grit his teeth and let it happen, I think. He's still in P7. So certainly nothing to... I've just managed to intercept some Jamco team radio. Sneaky Steve-O had a little conversation with Mr. Barry R at the top of the mountain. Hence the slight drop in time. And that drop in time has come down to less than a second right now. So it's half a second as they come down through the S's in Forest Elbow. Sorry, through. You guys know what I'm talking about, even if I can't get the word out. So it is that 3.5 second gap they had after the pit stop has all but vanished. So Nif has himself back into the slipstream. He's currently the holder of the fastest lap with a 2:02.942. And he came dangerously close on the last lap with a 2:02.954. So he's certainly got the pace. So Sneaky Steve-O, he's got himself an absolutely brilliant run through the chase there. Managed to eke himself back out another half a second. Morgan Davies has dropped a little bit further back. The gap between him and Nif is now out to 4.5 seconds. He's got a little bit of a buffer over Big J in P4 of 2.3 seconds. And there's a little bit more of a gap of nearly 7 back to Artsy, who's holding down P5. So he's taken advantage of his finishing position in the top 5 shootout to certainly hold his place in the top 5. It's a very big gap back to Ricky Bobby in P6 to the tune of 11.5 seconds. Who's managed to pull 2 and a bit seconds on Boy Bagum, as we just have another look back up to Nif and Sneaky Steve-O. The gap has stabilised at around 1 second. P8's Lenosis, P9 Dadson. Cruisen's doing really well, sitting in P10. Keep Woody, the zero-turn team owner, quite happy. It's good to chalk up some team points. Cruisen certainly hold his own. He's on the back of Dadson. Being a little bit cautious through the S's and Skyline because that Porsche is not a happy camper through there.
Oh!
He's absolutely spanked the wall. Oh, the commentators.
Front left.
The commentator's curse has come through at the wrong time. I've got to get the camera off him, otherwise I'm going to...
He touched the grass going over to the top and coming into that that dipper area. If you're not twice as slow, the dirty tires will just allow the car to slip and swing around and into the wall you go.
Oh, there we go. Big J is pitting at the end of the lap 18. He's come in with absolutely no fuel in the tank whatsoever. As Sneaky Steve-O has gone purple through the first sector on lap 18. The low fuel situation clearly suiting the Ferrari. How's the Peugeot when you get low on fuel there, Revs? Does it get a bit sketchy or is it fairly stable?
Here, that Peugeot is very stable. I was quite surprised on how it handled. So, yeah, the lighter the car, the easier it is.
Because I have noticed that it seems to be the Porsche that gets all kind of weird when it gets to a low fuel situation. But then again, Porsche just naturally all kinds of weird, I guess. At least that's just my personal opinion. Don't hate me too
Big
much.
J out on a set of mediums with a full tank of fuel.
Okay, so I would anticipate that he's doing a double medium stint as well, and he will be going all the way to the end.
Yes, he will. I believe so.
So that gap between Sneaky Steve-O and Niff is still hovering at around the second mark. Seems fairly stable there for the moment. The gap back to Morgan's now 6 seconds, so those two are skipping off into the distance, and Morgan's going to have a fairly quiet race from all accounts because he's got 6 seconds to the two guys in front of him. And I don't think he'll get bored enough to slow...
That's it up the inside on Lenosis for 8th.
I don't think Morgan will get bored enough to wait 10 seconds for Artie to catch back up. As we have, as you said, Lenosis and Dadson going side by side down Conrod. Under the sign, who's going to give? Who's going to lift? Who's got the speed? Dadson's got the inside line for the chase.
Ooh, let him have back.
Oh, that's probably a good decision there by Dadson, I would think. To just break a little bit early and say, yeah, you know what, you can have it.
Lenosis has about a 20% tire left on that front right, and Dadson's got almost 55% still on his front right, so a little bit of a tire compromise for Lenosis.
Definitely, although being on control of this round instead of a wheel, I wonder how much that's going to, or how much he's going to notice, to be honest.
I actually forgot he was on the controller. He's doing quite well for what he's doing.
100%. He's up into P8. Speaking of which, I'm going to give a little more screen time to my boy Ricky Bobby, who's currently in P5. Now, bearing in mind Big J had pitted, so that would have elevated him up an extra spot, I believe. But even still, he's doing a fantastic job. He's 13 seconds behind Artsy at the moment. He's got 1.9 seconds to Boy Bagoon, so Just having a look here back up the front with Steve-O and Nif as they come through the chase. Who's going to blink? Who's going to pit? It's lap 19. Do they or don't they? Nope, neither of them do. I wouldn't have thought so. I do believe they will be in at the end of the next lap though, as Morgan Davies has pulled the pin and, well, not pulled the pin, he's pitted. Alright, we'll go with that. I was trying to think of something exciting, but yeah, complete mental blank at that point in time. So he has decided to pit. Artsy is going around again. Ricky Bobby. Oh, that's a very late entrance to the pit. That may come with a 3-second invoice. I have learned that one the hard way myself. Oh, I don't want that to happen to my boy, but, you know, we'll keep an eye on that. Boy Bagum goes around again for lap 20. Lenosis is in, and Dadson goes around again, as does Stickers and Grovel. Rightio, so we've got fuel going in the APR Motorsport car. Do want to see how he goes and if he cops a penalty or not. So Steve-O and Nif. Oh, jeez, that'd be awkward getting those ones mixed up. So Big J has come around. Still got guys in front of him that need to pit again, but he's currently in P10. Ricky Bobby coming out of the pits with 95% fuel. Does he have a penalty? No. And I'm not going to lie, I am very relieved to see that he does indeed not have that horrible 3-second penalty, because that will ruin your day very, very quickly. So Steve-O and Nif. The roles were reversed on that first pit stop, with Nif in first as Steve-O goes into the pits and Nif chooses to go around again. Rightio, this is the strategy call, ladies and gentlemen. It's either going to go really, really right or really, really wrong. And to be honest, I don't know which way it's going to go. But what I do know is that with 1% fuel left, Sneaky Steve-O had no option, he had to pit. But having said that, with the strategy that Giffo got his drivers to pull off last week, I would anticipate that having that amount of fuel left was probably planned. Rightio, so Nif currently out front. Where is our next guy? So Dadson's into the pits, Stickers is into the pits, Grovel is into the pits. Our next runner is Morgan Davey. As he crosses the line now and inherits... wow! Okay, so he has come out of the... Sneaky Steve-O has come out of the pits 2.1 seconds in front of Morgan Davies. So I think with the undercut, Morgan might have got some short-term gain, but will that come back to bite him later in the stint is my thought. What do you think, Revs?
Well, there's not very many laps to go. Maybe Stevie overfueled, maybe? We'll have to look out for that.
Entirely possible. I've just noticed that
I expect Nif to be in this time. Yes, he is.
Alright, let's keep an eye on Sneaky Steve-O. He is coming down out of Forest Elbow right now. Where will he and Morgan Davies, or where will Nif come out in relation to Steve-O and Morgan?
Putting fuel in Nif. definitely won't be needing a full tank. Only got a few laps to go. I was somewhere around 70% maybe.
So Steve-O is coming through Murray's right now, down the main straight and crosses the line. Niff is out of the pit box. And he is out in front, but Steve-O will have this pace advantage going up Mountain Straight. So Niff is looking to go defensive. He's parked the car perfectly. He's going to make Steve-O go around the outside. He's going to make him do it the hard way. I'll tell you what though, that was a brilliant pit stop there. Second time around from Niff. Managed to get that place back and hold on to it. But he will be struggling on ice cold tyres. Steve-O will have a lap worth of temperature into them. But over the top of Mount Panorama, that's not going to do you much good because, well, yeah, let's face it, 50% of the track is not an overtaking opportunity. I'm just looking at the timing boards here. Danico, P4.
Yeah, he'll be doing in the pit this end of this lap, I believe.
Ah, roger that, roger that.
He's the only one who hasn't pitted.
Okay, so he's the odd one out on the timing board right now. Okie dokie, so we've got Artsy still P5, but provisionally P4. Big J is mere 2 seconds behind him in P6. Boy Bagum has made his way back past Ricky Bobby. How has that happened? There's a 10-second gap between Boy Bagum and Ricky Bobby now. How much fuel has Boy Bagum got on board?
He probably got about maybe 7% less than Ricky Bobby, so...
That doesn't equate to seconds.
No,
so
no, it doesn't.
I am intrigued. Just looking at the lap times. Oh, there's a 2:42 from Ricky Bobby. So I think he may have had a whoopsie on the cold tyres on his out lap. Because he got a 2:21 pit lap and then a 2:42 out lap for Ricky Bobby compared to a 22 pit lap for Boy Bagum and a 27 out lap. So yeah, I'd say Ricky Bobby has had a cold tyre whoopsie moment. Oh, that is unfortunate. But okay, it makes sense at least. While it is unfortunate, it makes sense in my head now.
Didn't go out on a set of softs, fresh, and just over a half a tank.
So in this final stint, we've got Niff currently leading the way by a mere 6/10 over Sneaky Steve-O. And then Morgan Davies has managed to put himself back into the race. He's only 1.8 seconds behind these two. So if he can hang with them, or maybe possibly even catch up a little bit, just get back onto the slipstream, this could most certainly become a 3-horse race for the finish.
I want to do a shout out to Doghouse and Grovel. I can tell you Grovel's pretty nervous stepping up into Cat 1, but he's doing all right, staying in 12th.
is indeed. Certainly managing to hold his own. I've just noticed something. Oh no, I'm imagining things. Don't mind me. Thought I saw a car coming up the back of Morgan Davies, but that's not going to happen because Artsy is 17 seconds down. Still in P4 at the moment though, doing a commendable job, having run the alternate tyre strategy for the first stint of the race. Big J proving he certainly belongs here in Category 1. Currently holding down P5. Boy Bagum, P6 at the moment, doing the double medium stint. Not what I would have thought is a viable strategy, but clearly he can make it work as he's a little bit, very, very slidey. Oh, big slap of the wall there coming down through Skyline, through the dipper, sorry. Reiterating my previous statement of the Porsche getting a little bit unstable through that part of the circuit, but hasn't suffered too much damage by the looks of things. He does have he's in a little bit of no man's land, to be honest. He's got 4.7 seconds to Big J up front and 8.5 seconds to Ricky Bobby behind him, who's got noticeable gap back to Dadson, who's still hovering in the top 10 at P8. Lenosis is still in the top 10 as well in P9. Stickers has moved himself up into 10th, which he will be fairly happy with. Danico, after battling with Dadson for 7th and 8th and 9th a bit earlier in the race, has moved down to 11th. He's got a second gap to Grovel in P12, who I would imagine who's fairly happy with his performance tonight so far. I certainly would be. Cruz in the zero turn fill-in driver looks like he's had a bit of a mishap there on his after his last pit stop. A couple of slower in-laps and out-laps, not doing him any favours by the looks of things, but it's 2 Enduros in as many weeks, so full credit to him for doing it. As checking back up the front, we have Niff, who's managed to extend the lead out over Sneaky Stevo to 2.1 seconds after dropping a purple lap of a 2:02.670, which, yeah, look, that's a race lap, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm looking at the timer too. He's going to be close to the 29th lap, so that's something to look out for.
Okay. Yep, doing the math in my head.
I think that's why he took on a little extra fuel compared to the other two, Steve and Morgan. He might have grabbed that extra lap of fuel for himself.
He would definitely, I'd say he definitely anticipated having to do the 29th lap as compared to everyone else last week doing the 28th stint.
This track is so brutal. Making it to 29 laps, no mistakes, driving consistently, it's not easy. Very impressive by Nick.
Indeed, and being under pressure as well for a large portion of it. Certainly can wear you down. That gap between Stevo and Morgan is extended out to 3 seconds. It might just be a little bit of fuel saving going on from Stevo. Maybe realising he needs to do one extra lap than what he had originally anticipated. Although I could be completely wrong, and it could just be part of the Master Giffo strategy, for all I know. And if certainly showing the way. Heard a little bit of tyre squeal there coming out of Forest Elbow, but later on in the stint, it's not surprising. The tyres do get a little bit grumpy.
doing 202s and 203s. It's pretty fast.
100%, and this late in the stint as well. Artie's still a little bit of no man's land in the Thunder Esports McLaren, but I think he will be fairly happy with a top 5 position here tonight. Alright, I meant to skip the Big J then. He's also in a little bit of no man's land. He's got 7 and 9 seconds, fore and aft. So I think he'll just be happy to just run his race until the end. Just manage that gap. Ricky Bobby, he's into P6, back in front of Boy Bagum. I think he'll be very happy with that after what I presume was a cold tyre whoopsie. Been dropping fairly consistent 204s. Well, actually, I think Mr. Boy Bagum had a bit of a whoopsie there on that last lap. He ran a 213 on that lap, and there's quite a few witness marks on the front of that Porsche. So I wonder if it was another Porsche meeting Mr. Barrier up the top of the mountain. We've seen that happen tonight with. Well, actually, we have seen Boy Bagum slap the wall there rather gently before, and also cruising a little bit earlier in the race, having a very, very solid meeting. Dadson still holding down P8. I think he'll be very, very happy with himself with that result tonight if he can hang on to it. Lenosis still inside the top 10. On controller, I don't anticipate he would have foreseen this happening, so I think he will also be fairly happy with a result tonight as he gets a little bit cute there with the ripple strip. Oh, there we go. There's a McLaren slapping the wall, coming down the dipper. So I think the APR Motorsport McLaren is going to need a fresh coat of paint after this weekend.
Damage to the front spoiler and front left tire.
Yep, that was a decent hit. Danico's managed to find his way into the top 10, knocking Stickers out of it, but Stickers is still within a second, so Slipstream is still there or thereabouts, and we've got Grovel being the third Peugeot in this little convoy right here for 10th, 11th and 12th.
Danico is fuel's flashing on the red, so might be a little compromised.
Now, given that we have, this will be the last lap for them, so all he has to do is survive this lap. Whereas we've got Niff coming across the top of the mountain right now. He's got that gap has crept out to 4.2 seconds, so as he gets very, very slidey. Oh, that's a heart and mouth moment for the CP Motorsports team as the CP Porsche gets very sideways coming through the dipper. But he's got a 4.2 second gap back to Sneaky Steve-O right now.
Who's got damage on the front and front right.
So I would say Steve-O's had a conversation with Mr. Barrier up the mountain again. Wasn't happy enough with one conversation, had to come back and get the last word in. Unfortunately, when you do have a conversation with the wall, it's generally the wall wins that argument.
It's definitely going to get that 29th lap.
Yep, he most certainly is. He's coming around Murray with 30-something seconds on the timer, so he will 100% do a 29 look at me lap. And Sneaky Steve-O will also get the lap 29, but how's his fuel situation?
Morgan's just on the flashing. Sneaky Steve-O is on a quarter of a tank.
He's got plenty.
Yeah, and Niff has got the best fuel. So
Alright, so Morgan's going around again. And Artsy has just missed out. He has finished up in P4. Big J coming across the line, flashing the lights, very happy, P5. My boy, Ricky Bobby, I think he will be quite happy himself with a P6 position. Oh, Boy Bagum has run out of fuel. Dudson has pipped him on the line for P7.
Why?
Boy Bagum crawls across the line in P8. Very unfortunate finish for him there. Lenosis P9, Danico takes P10, Stickers P11, Grovel P12. Cruisin is just cruising along, coming out of Murray's, finishing in P13. And Hodes is actually just coming down Conrod now. He's having a bit of a horror, to be frank, because Niff is also coming absolutely storming down Conrod on his victory lap. The gap's out to...
Nico has damage again on the front and front right.
Stevie Sneeko. I like it. I think we'll just call him that from now on. I can roll with that. So Niv is coming through the chase on the final lap. A very well-deserved victory. A little bit of swerving going on before pit lane. It would actually be incredibly embarrassing if he binned it right there. Fortunately for him, he doesn't, and he will take the top step of the podium in the Cat 1B Bathurst Mini Enduro. Second across the line is Stevie Sneeko. And Morgan has ripped the handbrake at Murray's and gone the wrong way. Look, not what I would like to see. But he does eventually come across the line and take P3. So that, ladies and gentlemen, is our Category 1B Bathurst Mini Enduro, brought to you by Boxer Beauty, run and done. So let's have a quick recap of the race results. Wow. Alright, while we let that sort of digest. On the top step of the podium for CP Motorsports is Mr. Niff himself, and also taking out the bonus points of the fastest lap with a 2:02.670. So a clean sweep for Niff tonight. He takes pole position, fastest lap, and the race win. So that will be a very, very handy bag of points for him and CP Motorsports tonight. With a very commendable second place performance tonight is Sneaky Stevo from Jamco Racing. Finishing up our podium tonight is Morgan Davies for Black Rose Racing. P4 for Thunder Motorsport is Thunder Artsy. P5 for Lightning Motorsport is Big J. P6 for APR Motorsport, Ricky Bobby. P7 for Dadson Racing is Dadson himself. P8 for Black Rose is Boy Bagum. P9 for APR Motorsport is Lenosis. P10 for Hooncorp is Danico. With a P11 in the end. Not sure what's happened there. Is a Grovel for Doghouse Motorsport. Cruisin for Zero Turn in P12. P13 is Hodes for Hooncorp, and somehow in P14 for Lightning Motorsport is Stickers. Not quite sure what happened there, because the last I saw he was P11. There might be something going on with the timing here, but anyway, rightio, thoughts, Revs?
Well, I believe it was a great race. My driver of the day, I guess it would have gone to, I would give it to Morgan Davies. He turned up with only maybe 40 seconds left to go until we were going to start the race. He qualified very well and put him in that position, and coming third. Great race. So my driver of the day goes to Morgan.
Well, I don't usually like to give the driver of the day to the race winner. It just always feels a bit stacked. But in this instance, well, I'm going to defer to the YouTube chat at the moment. So we've got just the one driver of the day nomination, actually. It comes from Debrev, driver of the day, Big J, in P5. So at 100%, that was a definitely an absolutely sensational drive from the Lightning Motorsport driver, more than holding his own in the Category 1. But having said that, I'm going to have to swing my driver of the day nomination to NIF, simply for the clean sweep. Fastest qualifier, wins the shootout, takes a race win, and picks up the fastest lap in the race to boot. So with such a dominant performance, I find it very difficult to pass him up for my driver of the day nomination. So there you go, Nif. There's the extra congratulations, I guess. You've taken out the driver of the day tonight as well. Wow, that's Category 1B out of the way. So if that was that exciting, I am very, very keen to see what is going to be coming up next in the Category 1A race tonight. Will we see a 2:01 race lap? Will we see a qualifier in the 2-minute bracket? That remains to be seen. So we shall be taking an intermission this time. You're not going to listen to me talking for 5 to 10 minutes because I need to jump out of the comms box and visit the bathroom. So thank you very much to everyone for tuning in with us so far. Please don't go away. Please stay with us. It's nice to see that we've got the likes on the stream up to 25. If anyone hasn't hit the like button at this point, I see there's 22 of you at the moment. 23. Please slap that like button. Somebody just did. Thank you very much. Love your work. And also love your work, Revs. Thank you very much for being our race director this evening.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It was a great race.
More than welcome. Always a pleasure having you here in the comms box. So we shall go to a short break and we will be right back with the Category 1A. Don't go away.
Night.
Hello everybody, welcome back to Sector 1. We are just going for some Category 1 racing action around all states villages.
Let's go. I wake up to a little bit of drool on my pillow, feel like it's gonna be a bad day. Yeah, I'm tired of shit, and the coffee ain't hit yet, damn, ain't that great. I don't wanna go to work, cause my boss is a jerk, and I'm not even that paid. I need a change in my life, cause I don't feel alive, and there's nothing that makes me happy. Hold my beer for a minute, I'm about to quit my job, cash in for a ticket. I'm going on a trip and I don't plan to visit. I'm gonna stay there till I feel like I'm winning all. And this is just the beginning. I need a big change, help me feel like living. I need a big swing, home runs I'm hitting, and I'll never look back, moving on till I get it all. And we all got dreams, we all want things. But what you gonna do for it, how you gonna move for it, what you gonna be? And do you believe you can do anything? But what you gonna do for it? How you gonna move for it? What you gonna be? Let's go! Hey!
Hello everybody, welcome back to Sector 1. He goes, oh my goodness!
Gee, she went wide.
Oh, he's run wide and goes down!
Oh my!
Oh no! No! You can't do that!
You see that steering grip? What that hurts.
Fuzzy is somehow keeping it on the track surface. The spectacular drive, and he will take his first win in the top flight of Sector 1.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. My apologies for the slightly extended delay. We have had some, unforeseen technical difficulties behind the scenes, but as usual, we have adapted, we have improvised, and we have overcome. So hopefully we are back on track for a fantastic race here tonight for the Category 1A. I will not wax on too much longer as we are a little bit behind schedule as it is, but I will take the time to introduce our race director for tonight's race, none other than the Kraken Esports team owner, Mr. Bumcrack himself. How are we this evening?
I'm very well, thanks, mate. Yeah, a little bit stressed, a little bit frazzled about trying to get over GT7 and the GT7 things, and
it's fantastic.
Getting on with this. Oh yeah, it's great, isn't it?
Rightio. So, yes, as we mentioned, we are a little bit behind schedule, so we're not going to muck around too much. I think we should just get the button pressed and get our qualifying underway, and we can do the rest of the talking while that happens. What do you think?
On it goes.
Rightio, let us push that big button for qualifying and we'll get it underway. So we have 13 drivers here tonight, which is good to see. And we say hello to everyone in the YouTube chat. Thank you for sticking with us. We hope you enjoy the racing tonight. As we've got our drivers heading out onto the track now. As we know, it takes a little bit for for the timing board to sort things out. But first out on track, we have your boy Young Wakey for Kraken Esports in the. Well, I can't really call it the Christmas mobile anymore because I've noticed that there's a texture to that paint job or the wrap on that car that looks a little bit like snakeskin. So
Almost. It's carbon fibre, actually. It's a funny carbon fibre.
Okay. And second out on track for CP Motorsports, hoping to replicate his teammate's performance tonight, I would imagine, is Jish. Just behind him on track is Heafy for Thunder Esports, followed by the Doghouse Motorsport driver of Scooter McGavin, or aka Scooter 82, one of our resident New Zealand drivers. And we've got young Mountain Goat for BSR, fifth on the road tonight. Not accompanied by his teammate in a slipstream fashion tonight. Obviously they're choosing not to help each other in qualifying. Every man for themselves, it seems, at BSR tonight. And we've got Captain Muffin for Zero Turn, very closely followed by Tombo in the Blacklight McLaren. He will obviously, hopefully, be trying to replicate his team owner's performance from last week, if not better. Just a little shout out there to the good dog for jumping it onto the podium last week, and also a quick plug to him for letting Tombo run those gorgeous bright orange wheels on the Blacklight livery. Probably does it through gritted teeth. Then you got Foss for BSR. Followed by your other boy Dale Teeks in the Kraken Ferrari. Got Slapper's Mate in the gorgeous gold and black Bacchus Beers Datsun Racing Peugeot. Got GTR for Blacklight, who had a strong round one and a not as strong round two, but I would anticipate that he is looking to get himself back on the podium here tonight. Got Tim Durags for Janko in the Ferrari, and followed up by E-Bulk for Symmetry Motorsports in the very, very shiny chrome McLaren. I would not like to be a driver trying to follow that in the sunlight here today, because that would be quite challenging. We've got all the drivers here on their first flying lap. I wonder if we will see anybody dropping into the pits like we did in the category 1B. What are your thoughts, Mr. Bumcrack?
They all seem to be giving themselves a nice bit of space here, so I dare say we won't see too many in the pits up near the front.
Yeah, so not too many slipstream shenanigans?
No, it doesn't seem to be so far.
Oh, Dale Teeks is a little bit squirrely going over coming out of Murray's there. That will cost him a little bit of time as Jish drops his first flyer of a 2015, if you don't mind. Yeah, let me just run that by you again. First flyer 2015. As Dale Teeks very graciously moves over up Mountain Straight and makes way for Jish as Goaty. He's dropped 202 flat on his first flyer to put himself into P2. Young Wakey's in P3 with a 202.4. So a little bit gappy up the front end of here, but given that it's first flyer, everyone's still finding their feet. I think we will see those gaps come down quite significantly. We've got Foss currently in P4. Scooter McGavin in P5. Now, from memory, in the past, he has had a fairly solid record here at Mount Panorama. Riding with Foss at the moment. He's up on his personal best time. It's a really good drive out of Forest Elbow, and he might just be able to sneak a little bit of slipstream assistance going down Conrod. He's got a couple of drivers in front of him. That looks like Captain Muffin, as Heafy just slides out of the way and lets him by down Conrod. Very gracious. It's good to see the awareness from these guys as well, they know what's going on around them. Okay, so the top three have pitted.
Have put their bank election.
And Wacky are in. As Foss comes across the line, he improves to a 202.065. That puts him into third position on the timing sheets. Tombo brings himself up to P4 as well. Gets himself into the top 5 with a 202.1. Absolutely stonking lap there from the black light driver. That Muffin is finding himself on the threshold at the moment. He's in P6 with a 3-second... Oh, Wakey's got a 3-second penalty. Oh, that pit lane entry, I would imagine, has been would be the offender there.
Yes.
If you are a bit too late in crossing that pit entrance line, this is the end result. Captain Muffin finds himself on the threshold of the shootout at the moment. He is 23 thousandths of a second behind Wakey. Having said that, he is 1.5 tenths up on his best time for the Zero Turn Motorsport team. As he manages to navigate the dipper quite successfully in the Porsche. Pretty good run out of the elbow. He's got what looks to be Tombo behind him. Yep, bright orange wheels. That is definitely Tombo. Oh, Muffin is 24 thousandths up on his best time. He is 23 thousandths behind young Wakey. We needed an absolutely stonk. He lost a little bit of time coming out of the elbow and down Conrod there. Needs a great run through Murray's to be able to get himself into the top 5 shootout. Can he get it done? Oh, he's 16 thousandths better. He is still P6. 7 thousandths of a second behind young Wakey. I've got Mr. Bumcrack, the Crackett Esports team owner, here in the comms box next to me, absolutely sweating bullets over his driver, staying in the top 5.
And we know what you can do it from position 5.
Yeah, 100%. So that gap between Geesh and Godey is still at 0.47. But the gap between Foss and Godey is 23 thousandths of a second. Godey's 7 thousandths up on his his personal best time going up Mountain Straight. Tombo's still sitting comfortably P4. A little bit of a touch of the wall there through McPhillamy. Through the third of the parks. 0.06 down. Oh, as he slapped the wall in the dipper. Oh, he's more than slapped the wall there. He has become intimate with the wall. He has become one with the wall. And he's just pulled off to the right hand side of the track there to let the traffic through. Very, very gracious of him to do, as the 10-minute timer has ticked over, and this will be the driver's final lap. So we're riding with Geesh at the moment coming down Conrod. He's nearly half a second clear at the front of the pack. He's dropped a 2.0. Oh, he's purple. He is 2/10 purple, ladies and gentlemen.
Really?
As Slappers has pulled over to let him go on by. Very gracious of Slappers. He knows he can't improve this lap. So he's handballed it back to Jeesh. One more corner to go. Can he get into the 2-minute flat is the question. Dangerously close with a 2:01.271 purple lap on his final lap.
Wakey's pulled himself up to the P2.
Wakey has pulled a clutch lap and gotten himself out of the danger zone up into P2.
How did he do that?
Don't ask questions if you don't want to know the answer, but he has pulled a 2:01.9 out of his bag of tricks. P3 Mountain Goat, his teammate Foss right behind him, and that is our qualifying session run and done. Thanks to APR Automotive, you are in safe hands indeed. Now let's have a quick recap of our qualifying results. So on pole position for CP Motorsports, something familiar about that. It's Jeesh this time around with a 2:01.271 purple lap, closely followed by young Wakey from Kraken Esports. P3 Mountain Goat from BSR, and we've got the BSR lockout for the 3rd and 4th with Foss. And Tombo is the last of our top 5 shootout drivers, narrowly pipping Captain Muffin, who's in 6th, Scooter 82 in 7th, Slappers in 8th, Dale Teeks in 9th, GTR in 10th, a little bit lower than I would have anticipated seeing him. E-Bulk into 11th, Tim Durags at P12, and Heathy rounding out our grid in P13. Righty, so now let's get ourselves set up and ready to roll for our top 5 shootout. So we just need all of our drivers to tick out. If we could. Actually, first things we need to
top
do.
Top 5 tick in.
I've just realised I have forgotten to take screenshots of that, but that is okay.
I didn't.
I love your work. Love your work. This is why we have really good RDs, ladies and gentlemen. Rightio, so if once we get all of our drivers to tick out, that would be fantastic. Alright, so YouTube chat, what do you think of that qualifying session? Well, I can see some sentiments for skipping the shootout.
Oh, so it was unanimous.
Well, I'm afraid we are not skipping the shootout.
No,
we
we're
are
not.
going to actually do it. So, let's get our first driver underway, and that would be Tombo.
Alright, green flag for Tombo.
Alrighty, as Tombo is coming out onto track now, he'll be commencing his warm-up lap. We shall jump on board with him.
It's quite a bit different when you're going, you know you're in the top 5 shootout and everybody's watching. Adds that little bit of pressure as a driver.
100%. The heart rate goes up just that little bit more. There's no backup laps here. There's no bankers. There's no safeties. It's one shot.
One shot, what you got? Full pressure.
Doesn't want to bin it on his outlap. Just nice and conservative there through the S's and the dipper. Around Forest Elbow onto Conrod. But you just take a minute, big deep breath, calm the nerves a little bit. What can he do here? Will the orange wheels be a blessing or a curse? Down into Murray's. He'll be commencing his hot lap. It's a great drive out of Murray's. Cross the line and we've kicked off into the hot lap. Onto the apex. Runs it out wide through Hells. Doesn't get unstable over the ripple strip. Seeing in the low 19 seconds for the first sector split. 19.2, that's pretty solid for the first sector. Couple of hundredths either way, doesn't make too much of a difference, but he's on to a solid lap so far. A little bit unhappy there through the cutting. Nice and smooth, gets through the danger zone. Stays off the wall through the dipper. Well done, Tombo. Very tidy there through Forest Elbow. Just keeps it off the wall in the exit. This is on to be a fairly solid lap. How's the split down Conrod? Should be around the 130. 133.4. Good run here through the chase. Very smooth, nicely done. Just Murray's to go. What kind of lap are we looking at here? It's looking pretty good. A 202.603 from Tombo. That's his flying lap run and done. Next driver out is Foss. On his out lap, coming down Conrad now, in the box of Uni Porsche. He will have seen Tombo's purple lap pop up. Will he be able to beat it? That is the question. Nice and smooth here through the chase. It's all about Murray's. They hit that apex, but not the ripple strip. That will spit you out wide onto the grass, and there's your whole lap completely cooked. about that. GT7 timing, doing GT7 things. So he's got a 19.4. I think he's about 2/10 down on Tombo's time through the first sector. As we saw in the previous race, the Porsche is able to pull time back over the top of the mountain. Comes up through Reed Park. Reed Park, through Sulman, into McPhillamy. Again, all of the parks. Just across the skyline. This is exactly where the Porsches get a little bit of a handful going.
Got that.
As Niff is experiencing that right now, but manages to keep it off the wall. See where he's at through the split down Conrod. Tombo was at a 133.5. 133.6 for Foss, so I think he's a little bit down on Tombo. Very, very clean there through the chase. Oh, sorry, through the you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, no, it's the chase. And he's done a 202.751, so a little bit down on Tombo's time. I don't think he will be particularly happy with that one. As we now have his teammate Goaty out on, young mountain goat out on track. Doing a little bit of weaving down Conrod. I'm not sure if it's a mental thing or not to get some heat into those tyres. I've heard speakings from people much faster than I that it really doesn't do much to add any temperature into the tyres in the game. So, well, it'll remain to be seen as to what benefit that has, if any, as he starts his flyer. It's a good start, Hell's Corner, always good. Nothing worse than starting a lap at Bathurst and completely missing the apex at turn 1. Clocked a 19.2 going up Mountain Straight, so that's on par with Tombo's lap. Nice and clean there through the cutting. On the power early, a little bit squirrely. Great line there through Reed Park. I don't think there was a lift there. Was there a little kiss of the wall at McPhillamy? He is purple by 2.5 tenths as he comes down through the S's. This is a very, very good lap here from young Mountain Goat. Just got to hang on to it. Oh, a little bit slidey there at the elbow. Oh, yep, that one. Will that cost him down Conrod? We'll have a look at the split times very, very shortly. There's he at? He is still purple. 2.5 tenths purple. Hang on to this, he'll be in for a 202.3, give or take. One quarter to go. Till glory. Whoop. Almost out of shape there on the exit. Cross the line with a 202.281, moving him to the top of the standings. Now, next up on track is your boy, Young Wakey. Also doing a little bit of weaving down Conrod Straight to try and get some temperature into the tyres. Possibly some confidence into his head as well.
Yeah, need it around here.
100%. So there is a very fine line between confidence and cockiness. One will get you a good result, the other will get you slapped by the mountain.
And there's not that much difference between the two.
Oh no, it is a very, very thin line. Oh, I believe that is a rev limiter, young Wakey. Having said that, the Ferrari sounds awesome on it, so we'll probably have to give it a pass. So first split, going up Mount Straight, he is purple. He's done a low 19.2, which, yeah, okay. He is here to party, metaphorically speaking.
Party he will.
You're looking up through the cutting, through Reed Park, nice and clean, very easy to run wide and kiss a wall there. Can confirm, I've done that quite a few times. That wall there at just before McPhillany, yep, very easy to leave some paint on that one.
We've got plenty of mirrors in stock in our garage.
There's probably plenty on the side of the track as well after last week.
A good collection.
As you're looking, coming into Forest Elbow, nice and tidy up against the inside wall, on the power, nice and early. Great drive onto Conrod. He's going to need every single horsepower that Ferrari can crank out. Comes up over the crest. Is he purple? He is, by 0.04 of a second. Doesn't matter how much you purple by, purple's purple. Can he hang on to it? He's got one corner left to go. It's an everything or nothing run for him. Great run onto the front straight. I think he was going to hold on to this fastest lap. And he does. He drops it with a 2:02.087. Nearly breaking into the 2:01s. He was only a couple of hundredths up on that split down Conrod Straight, so he's had an absolute blinder of the chase and Murray's Corner to make up that 2/10. But now, got the last man to run in our top 5 shootout tonight. For CP Motorsports, our current series leader. We didn't quite go over the points tonight because we were running a little bit behind schedule, but I can confirm that Geesh is currently leading the series over GTR. So it could be a season-defining race tonight, I would imagine. It's very, very squirrely there through Hell's Corner. Coming up Mount Straight, drops at 19.207 and is purple already.
The beginnings of a hot lap here.
Definitely, he's started off in no uncertain terms. Gets a very good run through the cutting there. That is very, very smooth. Oh, there was a slight kiss of the wall there through the second of the parks. I'm sorry, he's how much purple?
0.371, I think I saw.
What? I mean, yes, you did. I'm just struggling to comprehend it, believe it right now. Nearly 0.4 purple across the top of the mountain. That is nuts.
That's cooking.
So I thought Wakey was here to party. No, Geesh is here to party.
Hold my beer, he says.
Hold my water, and he's lost a little bit there. He's down to 2.5, but like I said earlier, purple's purple. Oh, he's riding riding the very limit there through the chase. That might cost him a few hundreds. Will it cost him the pole position? It remains to be seen. What does he drop? A 201.861, if you don't mind. Wow. Holy moly, that was one hell of a lap, and I can say that because there's a corner on the track called Hell's Corner, so I can say that word at any given point that I like, as long as I'm using it in context. Having said that, it is also after 9 PM, so I would anticipate that we should probably
Get straight into it.
get this race underway as quickly as we possibly can. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to have to take a short intermission this time around due to our earlier technical issues, but I promise you it will not be the full 5 and a bit minutes. I will get it done as soon as we can. So if you need to go to the toilet, grab a drink, grab some snacks, do it as quickly as you possibly can, and we will be back as soon as humanly possible, so don't go away. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, cats and dogs, we are back. GT7 is always throwing GT7 things at us, and we always have to adapt, improvise, and overcome. We have successfully done that. We have had our grid set manually, and we are good to go. So hopefully you are all settled back in your comfy seats and are ready for the next hour of racing here at Mount Panorama. So Mr. Bumcrack, if you would be so kind as to push that big whatever colour button it happens to be, and we shall get this race underway.
We'll call it the Santa Claus colour button.
A Santa Claus button. I like it. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen in the YouTube chat, please place your bets as to who will take out the win tonight. As you may have noticed, there was a very dominant display from Geesh in the qualifying session, but there's qualifying and then there's the race. They are two very different things.
They are indeed.
So as our guys are coming up to the line, we are starting right now and we are underway. So coming into Hell Corner for the first time, Geesh leads the way. He's got Young Wakey tucked up right underneath the rear wing of that Porsche. Got Mountain Goat following suit as well, tucked into the slipstream of Young Wakey. Little bit of a gap back to Tombo, who may be coming under fire from Foss. Coming up into the quarry, nothing doing this time around. Everybody's he's looking for a way by.
Goaty's getting impatient already.
Yeah, Goaty wants to get by Young Wakey, and he wants to get onto the back of Geesh, I'd say as soon as possible. But it's kind of all single file here across the top of the mountain, so I would say there is nothing doing. Are they going side by side across the Philemy? Are you nuts, boys? Calm down, it's lap 1 of a 1 hour race. Seriously, gentlemen. You're going to give your team owner a heart attack, boys. Alright, it's all calmed down a little bit, or at least they've taken a breath. But
For long.
not for long, because we've got Foss wanting to get past Tombo, who's holding his own in P4 at the moment. Captain Muffin, I think, has moved his way up to P6. Or did he start in P6? I should know this, but as I mentioned previously, I have a terrible memory.
Muffin started in 6th.
Alright, so Muffin has maintained his position brilliantly. Scooter's in P7. He's
maintained that.
Yep, and he's got Slappers, a fellow Peugeot driver, for company, and he's got your other boy Dale Teeks right on the back as well. A little bit of a gap there, back to GDR in 10th. Another little bit of a gap forming there between him and Ewolk. And Tinderags and Heafy have swapped positions since the start of the race.
Yes.
So we shall skip back to the front, because after lap 1 I'm sure these three are going to be fairly feisty in the early stages of the race. Still in the same running order. Looks like Young Wakey is more than capable of hanging on to the back of Geesh at the moment. Not quite sure how that will factor in when tyre wear comes into effect in a few laps' time. And speaking of which, what's the compound spread like in the field there?
Well, there is only one odd one out.
Okay, I'm actually keen to know who this person is.
Well, this person is the only one who's actually made a move, and that's Iffy. He's on his soft tyres.
Ah, okay. So Heafy's on the softs and everyone else is on the medium.
Everybody else is on the mediums.
Right, so everybody's, well, 12 of 13 are keen to get that compound out of the way.
Yeah.
I'm interested to see whether we'll have anyone run the double medium strategy like Boy Begum did in the 1B race.
Double medium?
Yeah, he ran the medium in the first stint and the second stint. I'm not sure if that was deliberate or not.
And ended up with a penalty for it? Did he?
No, he ran the soft in the third stint.
Oh, he did. Oh, yeah, of course. Sorry. I think it's even the Ferrari with tyre issues could do a double soft. I think if you're going double mediums, that's a big call.
Well, it didn't hurt him too badly. I think he did finish in the top 10. So
yeah, no, he did all right. Probably more about his driving.
Things have calmed down a little bit here with these top 3, thankfully, so take a little bit of a breath there. We've got Tombo in P4, has the Blacklight McLaren has a BSR Porsche bumper sticker right now, as Tombo got a less than clean exit out of the cutting, and that allowed Foss to get right up there. But, fortunately, as Foss has a little slap of the wall there at McPhillamy, that's going to let Captain Muffin get back up on the back of him, but the S's and, the Skyline, the S's and the Dipper are not really where you want. Oh, as Tombo just slaps the wall at the bottom of the Dipper, Foss gets up alongside and goes past just before the braking zone into Forest Elbow. So I reckon we should try and take a look at that on the LJ Media Action replay, if I can actually get it right. Goes Tombo, just comes down, runs a bit wide, gets a bit squirmy, slaps the wall. Nothing too major, but in this category 1A, a little error like that is all it takes for you to drop a position, and I'd say he's done well to only lose the one spot there, although he now has a zero-turn Motorsport Porsche rear bumper sticker instead of the BSR one he had previously, so I'm not sure if that's an improvement or not. So everyone's sort of running around. There's been minimal overtakes at the moment in the early stages of the race, as Tombo sets a purple first sector. The purple lap currently being held by Geesh with a 203.663. Now, bearing in mind that is full tank of fuel and medium tyres, and still quicker than I could do with half a tank and softs. So, yeah. Yeah, it's very humbling.
A lot better.
It's very humbling as a Cat 2 driver watching these guys. You think you're quick, and then you see these guys, and it's like, okay, yeah, no worries.
Yeah, that's where the real boys do it. The proper aliens.
Yes, these guys are not human. They are definitely alien. It looks like the top 3. They've definitely skipped away a little bit. There is a noticeable gap of over 3 seconds between Godey and his teammate Foss in 4th position. So I think at the moment, neither Young Wacky or Godey want to make a move, as Godey's purple through the finals, into the final. Oh, hang on. I say that. Young Wakey was looking very, very racy there on G. She was showing the nose before the chase. He had a really good run down Conrod, and I thought he was going to make a move there. He might actually...
He's trying to make G think this is going to make a move.
Yeah, he's definitely looking very, very racy. As Young Wacky drops a purple lap with a 2:03.484.
Be the caravan. Be the caravan.
Yes, be the caravan that stays attached to the tow bar of the car.
Yes.
Alright, having said that, I'll get the
Ooh,
I
he's having a
can't
crack.
take the camera off him. He's going
Having
up
a
the
crack.
inside at the quarry. Oh, very
gonna make
clean
it.
side-by-side racing. He gets it done.
Nice. Wow. Good move.
That was a very decisive move right there. Sorry. He's made the statement. And that has allowed Goaty to get right on the back of Geesh as well. Sort of place the current series leader under a little bit more pressure. It'll be interesting to see whether Young Wakey just holds station. I reckon there was a little kiss of the wall there at McPhillamy. Doesn't seem to hold him up too much. Whether he's going to be keen to hold station or whether he wants to try and skip off into the distance. Now we saw in the previous race the Ferrari versus Porsche battle. And it was actually really engrossing because in the first pit stop the Ferrari made the jump over the Porsche. The Jamco Ferrari made the jump over the Sneaky Steve-O made the jump over Niff in the Porsche in the first pit stop, but then the second pit stop the roles were reversed. Keen to see what happens here tonight with these guys. We've got a Ferrari and a Porsche. Just two very different drivers. Just wanted to put a shout out into the chat. Good evening, Mr. Detox. Nice to have you here. Mr. Grovel, nice drive from you tonight for a fill-in driver in the Cat 1B. Well done.
Yes,
Hold your head high on that one. I think Young Wakey might be going for the I want to skip off into the distance strategy. He's definitely got the hammer down.
Yeah, I think he's going to try. He's going to want to, but it's not an easy thing with those two behind you.
Oh, 100%. There's wanting to do something, there's wanting to skip off into the distance, but the problem is you've got the calibre of drivers of Geesh and Goat behind you. It's definitely in the easier said than done category. So Foss has managed to got his way past Tombo, who... Oh wait, we did that earlier. We covered that because he still has Captain Muffin as a bumper sticker. So it's a new addition to the back of the Blacklight McLaren is the purple and yellow from Zero Turn Motorsport. I'm not sure how the good doc would feel about the colours addition to his livery. I'd say he's probably cursing my name quite loudly right now. But then again, what else is new? So it's all fairly line astern stuff here at the moment. Scooter McGavin in P7, being closely shadowed by your boy Dale Teagues. He's 4/10 behind. They've got 1.7 seconds back to Slappers in that beautiful Bacchus Brewery's liveried Dadson racing car.
They always look good, those Dadson cars.
And the beers taste bloody good too.
I've heard so.
I put down one of them I had still in my fridge. It was a limited release Star Wars release.
Ooh.
It was one called a Death Star.
Okay.
And rather appropriately, it was over 13%.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you drink that and you notice it. But not just being very strong, it was actually really nicely flavoured as well. So cheeky little plug. Yeah, check out Bacchus Brewery as well as Big Rocks Brewery. I'm sure you can.
Yes, of course. And while we say that, Prema's managed to get himself past.
Yep, sorry, been concentrating too much on the sponsors and on the
Yes,
beers, and
Prima's managed to get himself past Slappers, mate.
yep, GDR has managed to make a fantastic overtake coming up the hill, so moves himself into P9. Very nicely done. Have a look just a little further back in the field. He's up to P11. Has managed to get his way past E-Bulk, who's in the shiny Symmetry mobile. And looks like Tinder Rags is not having a great night tonight in the Jamco Ferrari. The lap 2, I think, is where things have all gone a bit skew-if for him. He's racked up a 2-minute 12 lap on lap 2. So I would say that was where it's kind of all gone wrong. It's all going right up the front at the moment for young Wakey. He's out to 7/10 lead over Geesh, who's managed to put a gap of 8/10 on young Goaty. Love it when this kind of thing happens.
Still in draft and distance the top 3 though. Just.
Sorry, ladies and gentlemen on the stream, we've just had some security concerns here in the Sector 1 comms box. That's alright, we've
got security walk them out?
Yep, security has escorted them from the venue. Which is...
those guys taking our beers out of the cupboard, do we?
100%. I am leaving the beers for post-race because I do not want to have to use the little boys' room part-way through a race. Keen to avoid that as much as possible. So young Wakey has managed to pretty much crack the slipstream at the moment. He's out to 1.1 seconds. And Geesh has still got himself Mountain Goat in his tow. But
Goaty's picked up 0.2 on him the last sort of little bit there too.
I'm thinking it is probably about time for an APR tyre and fuel update. Stomcat, what do you think?
I think that's probably not a bad idea.
We are on lap 8, so APR Automotive, you are in safe hands. Starting out with our race leader, young Wakey. As we know, he's on the mediums.
Yeah, and he just pulled the purple lap again. He's actually out on the mediums, as you say. Tyres are 20-odd% worn, and he's looking at about 23% fuel, I'd estimate, which is not quite as much as the 26% that Geesh has got. Although Geesh with maybe 2 or 3% more fuel has got 1 or 2% less tyres on it. And then there's Goaty with right in the middle of the two of them. He's got just that little bit less fuel than Geesh and similar tyres. Foss, he's struggling on fuel. He's about 22% fuel. Tyres are looking not so bad. Muffin at 24%. Tombo at 23%. Scooter 82 at 24%. Dale Teeks is looking not so bad at just a shade off. Well, it was at 25, just clicked down. Prima is 23% possibly. Slapper's mate looks like he's doing alright, he's still at 25%. Heathy, 24%. E-Bulk at about just on 25%. And Tim DeRags on a full tank of fuel. It's at 95%.
Alright, I would say he has just pitted by
and he's got his soft tyres. Yep.
A 221 on lap 8. So he's pulled the pin on lap 8 and decided to come in and call it done. Fair enough. I can understand that. Rightio. So
We'll be
that
doing a
is
two-stopper.
our tyre and fuel update, brought to you by APR Automotive. Thank you very much, Mr. Buncrack.
You're more than
And
welcome.
it's nice to see that my race timer is still working correctly. Had some
Excellent.
issues with it in the previous race, but that's okay. Rightio, so back up the front, it is starting to get a little bit gappy here. Still 1.1 seconds between Young Wakey and Geesh. 1.4 seconds now between Geesh and Go. Another 3 seconds back to Foss. It's 4 seconds between Foss and Captain Muffin, who's managed to make his way past Tombo. But bear in mind, Muffin is the man, the master of the alternate strategy, so I won't be too surprised if we see him not just sideways coming out of the cutting there, but pull off a master stroke of a strategy that will either net him an increase in position, or we'll put him at the back of the field. I don't think there's any middle ground.
Well, Wakey's used a lot of fuel in the last lap and a half to pull a gap, and he's on the fuel light.
Well, lap 10, I guess that's not the worst time to be on the fuel light. I mean,
I think it would have been more beneficial to have another lap out of these tyres.
You probably know the team strategy better than
yes,
better than
yes.
the rest of us. But if you come in on lap 10, given that the 1B guys ran a 29 lap race, that's still healthy. It's not terminal.
It's healthy. It's not terminal. He is in.
But he's into the pits.
He's,
Geesh goes around again. Goaty goes into the pit. What's the fuel difference? Oh, massive difference between Wakey and Goaty there. There's 2 seconds in the pits. Potentially 2 seconds in the pits.
yes.
A great save by Goaty there, having sat in the slipstream. Good job as well by Scooter82. He's on 9% and he was in clean air from memory.
Quite a fair bit, yeah.
So, fantastic effort there from Scooter.
Now I think Wakey's going to get hurt by this.
So everybody is into the pits except for Wakey. Oh, sorry, except for Geesh, Slappers, Dale Teeks, and Tim Durags has already pitted.
Yes.
So, overcut or undercut at Bathurst? That is the question, and I feel like we are about to find out the answer. Geesh knows he needs to set an absolute cracker of a lap now, and he's currently purple, so he is definitely on track to make that happen. Great run. Oh, little slap of the wall there from the TP driver into the Forest elbow. But I would anticipate that we see him into the pits at the end of lap 11, which we are on now.
Yes, pretty well anyone that's still out there is on the real fuel light.
Which is Slappers coming down onto Conrod now, and Dale Teeks right behind him. So Geesh is coming into the pits now. What's his fuel scenario? 3%. So ran an extra lap, and he's probably saved a bit of fuel over Goaty, so he might just be able to make this overcut work.
Yeah, it's about 8 or 9% per lap on this track, so that's a good savings there.
Slappers is into the pits as well, and Dale Teeks as well. So we've got Goaty coming down into the braking zone for the chase now. He has managed to jump Young Wakey. Young Wakey down in, well, I well, he's behind Mountain Goat, provisional P5 at this point. So that fuel save from Goaty proving quite beneficial, although having said that, young Wakey might have overfueled a bit to give him some breathing space. Now, where's Geesh? He's out on the mountain straight now.
In front of both of them.
He's in front, but Goat does have the speed, does have the slipstream, does have some heat in those tyres. Is he going to make a move into the quarry? Don't think he's close enough. Oh, he could be close enough. Pulls to the... Ooh, gets cheeky. He is a cheeky young fella. Shows the nose. Rightio, so we've got bit of a changing of the order. How is the fuel situation between the two Porsches up front and young Wakey's Ferrari? How's the fuel situation between them?
Well, Geesh has gone out. He's sitting on about probably nearly 80%. Whereas Goaty's on about 72%. Wakey, he's got about 78% the tank. So quite a variation there. Goaty has gone out light.
Okay, so he has short fueled slightly and had a saving over Wakey going into the pits. So that accounts for that little leapfrog there.
Yeah.
And I think Geesh's absolute cracker of a lap wasn't quite purple, wouldn't have been purple on his previous lap going into the pits, because obviously going into the pits would cancel that out. Sorry, my mouth was operating before my brain caught up. But you all knew what I meant. So, got Geesh P1, Mountain Goat P2, and quite the gap of 2.4 seconds back to young Wakey. That might hurt him, because Goaty's got the advantage of the slipstream. He can afford to be underfueled, because he can sit in Geesh's slipstream and just save and make up that difference. So a clever move, I'd say, by the young BSR driver, as he sets a purple lap with a 203.1.
Okay, bummer.
Yeah, taking away that extra point potentially from young Wakey, but I wouldn't hold your breath on that one. A light Ferrari with a motivated young Wakey, that could be a very quick car, I would imagine. How are we doing?
I'm just, there's a bit of a worry here as some tyre choices that have been.
Okay. Because I'm just looking at the order at the moment. I've just seen Scooter 82 up into P5. GTR with a sensational drive at the moment, sitting in P6. He was P9 earlier before the pit stop, so massive from him. Muffin into P7. What are these tyre choices that you speak of?
I'm looking at young Wakey out there with racing.
Sorry, racing what?
Mediums. Now, I'm sure he started with mediums.
Yeah.
Positive he did.
Everybody started on the mediums except for him.
Except for yes, either one. Whether he's made a mistake or
he's copied the Boy Bagum strategy of going the double medium soft.
He could have. Even after I've just said, it's not gonna, that'd never work. Oh, why have I said that?
Is it deliberate or is it accidental? I think that's the big question right now.
I don't know.
And I don't. Aside from him, you're his team owner. I don't think there's anyone better to ask. And if you don't know, then boy, all right.
He was, although he was present in the discussions, there wasn't that much input there, so I think he had his own plan.
Well, he's currently purple on those sent medium tyres, so maybe we should just shut up and leave the judgment on strategy to him.
Exactly.
He clearly knows what he's doing, so All
The
right.
whole of last season, we sort of decided that if I decided on a strategy, please don't use it, otherwise you'll it's too bad.
Yeah,
So,
if
mate.
whatever I do as a strategy, do the opposite, and you'll be fine. All right, so we'll leave that little head scratcher alone for now. So Foss is still running around in fairly clear air in P4. He's got 9 seconds to Wacky in front of him, 5 seconds back to Scooter in a P5, who has GTR for company in P6.
Yeah.
GDR is currently on a personal best lap, and absolutely chewing time out of Scooter through the top of the mountain. Like, that delta is just coming down, coming down, coming down. He's within 6/10 now down on the Conrod, so this could prove... Oh, I'm not sure if he's close enough this time around. Quite possibly next lap. Might just be close enough to be making a move on the Doghouse Motorsports driver. Have a look a little further back to Captain Muffin in P7 for zero turn. Currently in clear air. Slapper's mate a few seconds behind, P8. Got Tombo, who's dropped down the order a little bit, down into P9 at the moment. Just having a look through his lap times to see if there's anything untoward. I think his pit out lap might have had a little bit of a whoopsie moment. That's a 244.
Yes, that's too much.
Compare that to something like a 239 Dale Teague's behind him, or a 235 to Slappers in front of him. I'd say Tombo's definitely had a whoopsie on the cold tyres, which is a bit unfortunate. But that's alright, we've only just crossed over the halfway mark of the race, so still plenty of time for him to make up that time. And of course still plenty of time for things to go wrong for other people, which I won't keep going on that because I'll probably jinx someone, so I don't want to do that.
Bathurst, you only need one lap for that.
So back up the front, we've got G-Shoes out to a 1.6 second lead now. It's definitely stretching the legs of that CP Porsche. It's made the overcut work, at least so far. The gap back between Godey and Wakey is up to nearly 4.5 seconds, so I'm starting to wonder, that double medium strategy, was it deliberate?
I got a feeling it was, but yeah, interesting whether it'll only pay off in the next few laps.
Yeah, because the crossover on the worn softs versus the mediums sort of only happens around like lap 7, lap 8, would you say?
Yeah, I reckon that's about right. Maybe lap 6 on the Ferrari if you're giving it too much, but yeah, not that much of an overlap.
With the shorter stints left, assuming they're going to be running a 29-lap race, that's really only going to give you 2 laps on like the crossover period.
That's correct.
Not sure if that's enough. I mean, over 2 stints. Well, actually, no, it won't be 2 stints because it's going to have to run the softs after the next pit stop.
Yeah.
Otherwise, there will be a very big 1-minute penalty waiting for him.
I don't want to see that.
And yeah, we definitely don't want that to happen to anyone. Definitely team owners, if you're in the on the comms to your drivers, please remind them that yes, there is 100% mandatory tyres. Although the guys at this level, really, you shouldn't have to remind them. I'm pretty sure they're all over it.
Actually, I'm pretty sure that everybody in this whole field except my guys actually fulfilled that mandate already.
Corrections. Yeah, good point actually. So, question: what tyres is Dale Teeks on? Your other guy?
He's on the soft tyres at the moment.
Okay. All right. So this is not a crack in esports strategy. This is a
No.
young, wacky strategy.
This is wacky. Yeah. He's his own boy.
He's an individual.
grown up. Yeah.
So Foss, BSR, cruising around still at P4. Scooter 82 up to P5. Still got GDR for company, less than a second behind. Just quietly, Geesh has improved on the fastest lap with a 202.704. 2027 race lap. Just let that sink in, people. Just feel that. Yeah, I feel slow too, don't worry.
Yeah, I mean, he's still got, at that point, he still had half a tank of fuel and probably 20% worn tyres. He still drops that sort of thing.
It's all I can do is just shake my head in astonishment. But that's okay. Speaking of astonishment, Captain Muffin, still P7. Setting a personal best time, coming down the S's and through the dipper. Keeps it off the wall. Quite a few Porsches have had a conversation with Mr. Barry R at that point of the track tonight. So I think this might just be the quiet point of the race. They all seem to have them at some point. But it might just kick off.
Well, I think Heafy's probably going to disagree with that. He's given Tim Durags a bit of a... Ooh, they're both giving each other a bit of a touch-up down here.
Oh, here we go.
That was getting a little rough.
Okay, were they trying to go side by side through Forest Elbow or something?
They were going side by side through there.
Oh. And we are side by side through the bottom end of Conrod. Through the kink. Heafy's got the front. Got the inside line. Meanwhile, we've got E-Bulk just behind them, sort of licking his lips and saying, yeah, keep doing that, boys. That's bringing me back into it. That will keep me in this fight. Keep me entertained as well. So 11th, 12th and 13th are having their own title fight. See if he's managed to drop a second on Tim Durags just through that front sector.
Yeah.
Now Tim Durags is under fire from E-Bolt coming up Mountain Straight. Now from memory, Tim Durags actually pitted at the end of lap 8.
Yes.
He pitted, so his tyres would probably be fairly cooked about now, I would imagine.
And that's exactly why he's losing places here. His rear right tyre is on softs, about 80% worn out, and about 20% life left in it.
So he's on his 10th lap on a set of racing softs, so that
Yes.
explains the rapid loss of positions. Okay, that's alright. He might just be able to make up something in this next stint. We'll see how that works out for him.
Yeah, it's not bad timing. Fuel light at the moment.
Dale Teeks currently in P10. He's got a couple of seconds. Back down the road from Tombo, who's on the back of Slappers. P8 and 9 9 and 8 respectively. GTR still on. He's dropped off Scooter. I think he's had a bit of a moment somewhere there. His lap times have slowly been dropping from the 204s into the 206s. Scooter's fairly solidly in the 204s. That explains that gap. And Muffin is now down to 1.3 seconds behind GDR. So how are GDR's tyres, Mr. Bumpy?
GDR's. I actually just noticed another discrepancy in the tyres. We'll go through that in a second. But Prima's on the soft tyres. They're about 70% worn. He's on the fuel light 98%. Yeah, the other discrepancy there was Captain Muffin. He is also on the racing medium tyres.
He's done a double medium.
Yes, he has.
Okay.
Of all people, we should have known Captain Muffin was going to pull the alternative.
I actually had Muffin down for a super short medium stint followed by 3 soft stints, but yeah, that was where my money was. GDR's having a bit of a squirrely moment there going through the S's and the dipper, and that's brought Muffin down to less than a second behind, so he will be quite happy with that.
Yeah.
But remains to be seen who will pit. So Geesh is going around again, Godey's going around again, Young Wakey's going around again. Boss is just coming out of the chase now. He's on that side of the track, but he's choosing to go around again.
Yep.
Okay, so our top 4 are going to go around for lap 20, as does Scooter. GDR pulls into the pits a little bit late, so I wonder if that'll come with an invoice.
Ooh.
He's only got 2% fuel left, so he didn't really have a choice in the matter. Captain Muffin goes around again, as does Slapper's mate, Tombo, Dale Teeks. I think pretty much everyone's going to be going around again. Eefy goes around again. E-Bulk comes into the pits. And Tim Durags has taken his pit stop already. He pitted at the end of lap 18. So he's on his out lap right now. Interested to see where he comes out in regards to E-Bulk and Heapy. Saw him losing a heap of positions and time with the worn out tyres, but now be tired and fueled and ready to go till the end, one would hope.
Well, I think E-Bulk overfueled on his last pit stop and he's come in with 20% left. So he'll get out of there reasonably quick.
Just quietly, the gap between Geesh and Mountain Goat is over 6 seconds.
Wow. How did that happen? 203s, 202s compared to 203, 204, 205s, I suppose.
Yeah, yep. I'm just going to say Geesh has been very, very fast.
He's into the pits.
Is there a fuel save from Goat? No, there's not. Right, okay. And Young Wakey, hopefully he goes onto the softs this time around, otherwise that's not going to go well. Foss is also into the pits. He's got a little bit of a fuel save over Young Wakey. Might be able to make up some time there. Scooter into the pits. Captain Muffin into the pits. Yep, having run that double medium. Also, Slappers and Tombo. Dale Teeks. Leafy just coming down into the chase now. Dare say he will be into the pits also. I am not wrong for once. First time for everything. GTR goes around. Oh, he's on his outlap. He's already pitted. My bad. I forgot that. So
that's going to get him in front of the few.
Right, Geesh is extended his lead out to 11 seconds over young Wakey, who has Mountain Goat firmly on the back of that Ferrari.
Yes, but he's got in front of Mountain Goat.
Yes, he has managed to jump him in that pit stop. Meanwhile, Geesh is... Surely he's short-fueled a little bit.
Yes, Wakey did.
No, Geesh over the other guys.
Yes.
Because he was only 6 seconds in front of Mountain Goat. Now he's 11 seconds in front of Mountain Goat.
Yes, he's short. He's the shortest fuel of all of them.
Okay, so he's gone with the I'll get myself clear air track position, then worry about saving fuel kind of mentality.
I think that's the thought that's going through his head. Yes.
Well, to be fair though, on lap 21 of a 28-29 lap race, you're 11 seconds up. You can afford to drop a second a lap.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't want to be under that kind of pressure and taking that kind of risk, because you slap a wall once and there's your strategy completely out the window. But then again, these guys are a lot more talented than I am. So, I'm 100% not questioning their thought process. I'm just trying to comprehend it. But, as they come around Murray's, they got 15 minutes left to go. Let's say is the podium finishes have been determined. It is yet to be seen as to what order they are standing on the steps. In the background we've got Foss still cruising around by himself, P4. Got 6 seconds behind Mountain Goat, but he's got 11 seconds to Scooter 82, who's put in a solid drive tonight. He's up to P5. He's managed to pull a 3-second gap on GDR. It was less than a second pre-pit stop. GTR now has a Captain Muffin bumper sticker on the back of that blacklight McLaren. Captain Muffin is looking very racy. I would not recommend trying to go around the outside of the cutting. That would be on the stupid side of brave. Maybe just have some patience, Muffin. Do the old-fashioned stay behind and get a good run out of Forest Elbow and onto Conrod and use the slipstream. Just do things the old-fashioned way, mate. Of course, being a Porsche driver, you first have to not die at the dipper, which we nearly witnessed that from GTR and the McLaren getting all sorts of sideways through there. This will be the battle of the slipstream down Conrod. Has Muffin got the mumbo to make it happen? He's pulled to the right. GDR's holding the left-hand side of the track, but I think Muffin has just about got it done.
Yep.
Under brakes, through the chase, a little bit sideways. And he's got the move done, on his way, and he's up to P6.
Great drive from Muffin.
Absolutely brilliant drive there. Now, did he start P6?
He's back to where he started. No, he started 6.
Yep, that's right. He just got pipped for the top 5 shootout, so he's, yeah, you're right. He's back where he started from, so, not horrible.
No, not horrible.
GDR's put in a very impressive drive though, up to P7 from where did he start?
10th.
P10?
10th, yeah.
I was just checked in back up the front with your boy Young Wakey to see him very sideways through the second of the parks, which would be Stillman Park.
And on a purple lap.
Not as famous as Reed or McPhillamy. so I like to think I could be forgiven for forgetting its name. He is... the gap to Geesh is still at 10.4 seconds, but importantly, he has managed to eke out a 1.5 second gap back to go P3, so he's got himself a little bit of breathing space. He's on a purple lap by 2/10, which is currently held by Foss with a 2:02.674. So, quick shout out there to Foss. Even though I have the feeling that your lap is about to fall. Like some of the equipment just fell off the comms box there. Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. And there we go. Young Wakey drops purple lap at a 2.02394. That's a race lap, ladies and gentlemen. Just... Boss is probably cursing right now. He probably wanted that bonus point. Might just miss out on it. It's all a little bit spaced out now at the front of the field. Now that gap's come out, we'll see how that gap... It's up to 2 seconds between Wakey and Cody. See how that holds together. Just looking back down the field, Scooter in P5. That delta between him and Captain Muffin in P6 is 2.3 seconds. I think it was up around the 3 and a bit second mark. A little bit earlier. So Muffin probably looking to make some inroads there. How's the fuel scenario between Scooter and Muffin in P5 and P6?
Well, not a lot of difference. Scooter seems to have that little fuel than Muffin.
Sorry,
Muffin's
a little bit more or a little bit less?
No, a little bit less. Muffin's probably at about 53%, whereas Scooter's bang on the, well, actually about 49%. There's at least 3 to 4% between them.
So Muffin's got a little bit to burn.
Yeah, he can afford to give it a bit more of a revving.
She's going to have to do, because they are coming to the end of lap 24. I would imagine that these guys lower down, P5 and P6, they won't see lap 29 for the race.
Possibly not.
I think in the Cat, or the Group B race, I think only the top 4 managed to squeak in a 29th lap.
Yes, I think that's right.
It sounds right, so we'll roll with that.
Yep.
So that gap between Scooter and Muffin is down to 1.3 seconds. Muffin is definitely giving it all of the beans. Don't think fuel saving is in his vocabulary right now. He wants that P5. He's got a 2 and a bit second gap to GTR, who has his blacklight teammate Tombo a few seconds behind him on the road in P8. Few seconds back from him in P9 is Slappers. Just over 4 seconds to Dale Teeks, P10. Still a solid drive from him tonight. Ebolk has put himself up into P11, which is a fantastic effort in Group A.
Yeah.
Eefy's less than 2 seconds behind in P12. I don't think it's Tim Durags' night tonight. He's a fair way off the back of the pack in P13. And I'm seeing a 2:17 lap on lap 23 compared to some fairly solid 2:05 and 2:06s. So, bit of a whoopsie there, I would say. But might have put him a little bit out of contention.
Tough day at the office, I think.
100%. It's a good day at the office for this gentleman right here. Geesh, just maintaining that gap. It's just ticked over under 10 seconds, but on lap 26, I'm not sure how concerned he will be about that. I think he's just going to be running to his fuel number and making it happen so he can get to the end of the race. Whereas listening to that Ferrari of young Wakey, he appears to be giving it all of the RPMs. Send the fuel bill to my team owner, he seems to be saying.
Oh, yeah, the sponsors, they pay for the fuel.
He's now got a 3.1 second gap over Godey. And just checking back to the Scooter Captain Muffin situation. That is 1.1 seconds, so Muffin is definitely making inroads into Scooter. I'll just jump on board Captain Muffin for a little bit. Comes very close to that wall of McPhillamy. Touches the inside ripple strip. Down through Skyline. All of the track. Down through the gears. Smooth as silk through the dipper. Hard on the power out of Forest Elbow. This is a view from the back of Scooter 82's Doghouse Peugeot RCZ. It's only under brakes where Muffin really catches up down Conrod there. I would have thought with the slipstream he would have made up a little bit more time, but it seems like the little French mobile is very quick in a straight line. Muffin definitely making up space under brakes. One more corner and he is going to definitely be there. He is in the slipstream of Scooter coming up Mountain Straight for the 27th time. Scooter's pulled to the inside, he's gone defensive. Muffin says, rightio, I'll do it around the outside then. Side by side through the quarry. Oh, Muffin decides, no, not this time. Pulls out of that battle. But now Scooter definitely knows he's there, knows the intentions. He's under pressure. Can he hold on? Just a matter of patience across the top of the mountain at this stage. Just looking at the race timer. We're on lap 27, 3 minutes to go. By my math, the top. Well, it's going to be touch and go. I think both Scooter and Muffin, who are now side by side down Conrod. Captain Muffin for the second time this lap gets the move done. Can Scooter come back at him under brakes? Not against the Porsche, I'm afraid. Muffin with a beautiful slipstream overtake, gets it done, moves up into P5. But I do anticipate that these the top 6 will get a 29th lap.
Thinking you're right.
I don't hear that very often, so I will take that while I can. And it's actually quite possible. Or GDR might get one as well in P7. That will be very, very touch and go as to whether he gets a 29th lap or not. He's got his teammate Tombo 1.2 seconds behind him, so it might be the case that one blacklight car gets the extra lap and the other one doesn't.
Oh, one of them slightly more fuel compromised than the other.
I'm going to have a stab in the dark that it's GTR that's fuel compromised.
Yes, you're right.
I'm just looking at the delta between the two drivers, and it's coming down quite rapidly.
Yeah. GTR's praying to finish at this lap.
GTR doesn't want the 29th lap.
Oh no.
So out the front to the tune of 10.3 seconds, we've got Geesh for CP Motorsports coming through the chase for the penultimate time. He's definitely going to get a 29th lap with just under a minute left on the 1 hour race timer. Got young Wakey coming through Murray's for the second last time. He's going to get a 29th lap. He's extended and maintained the gap to Mountain Goat this race in this stint. It's been an absolutely amazing drive, not only all race but especially the third stint, after running what we thought was a questionable double medium strategy.
Yeah.
Clearly the young fella knows better than the both of us.
Of course.
Because he's...
that's why he's where he is.
Yeah, he's sitting P2 at the moment, so I'm not going to tell him he's wrong. Good luck to anyone who tries it. Now to go, it's currently P3. He's moved down. There we go. There's the final lap counter. Come on screen. So we shall kick it back down, and Tombo has managed to pip his teammate GTR.
Yeah.
He's picked up P7. GTR's into P8. They are not finishing there. They've done on 28 laps. Slappers finishes in P9. Dale Teeks P10. E-Bulk very closely followed by Heafy. If he does not get Murray's right, he could get pickpocketed here. Very tight finish, but E-Bulk takes out P11. Heafy P12. I think Tim Durags is going to be happy to hang up the keys after what is a fairly rough day at the office for the Jamco racing driver. But now for a little bit of look at me glory on his final lap, coming down Conrod Straight into the chase for the final time for CP Motorsports in the Porsche. A clinical race run tonight from the series leader, Geesh. There it is, ladies and gentlemen, your race winner tonight. Cue the round of applause. Well done.
Beautiful.
And a big congratulations also to your driver, young Wacky, picking up a solid P2. He will be very happy with that. Mountain Goat bringing home P3.
He got lucky. He came across the line with 0 fuel.
Foss picking up P4. Captain Muffin with also running the double medium and then a soft tyre strategy. That clearly worked out for him because he's going to bring home a P5. Congratulations to the zero-turn driver, and rounding out our finishes tonight for Doghouse Motorsport is Scooter McGavin. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is our Category 1A Bathurst Mini Enduro, brought to you by APR Automotive. Run and done. So we shall do a quick recap of the race results. So, not quite a clean sweep here tonight, like there was in the Group B race from NIF. But taking out pole position and the race win is his teammate Geesh for CP Motorsports. Denying him that clean sweep and taking out the fastest lap tonight with a 2.02394 for Kraken Esports is young Wakey. Third position, the final step on the podium for BSR is... Wait a minute. Alright, so this is what happens when drivers exit the lobby before everybody's finished. So theoretically, it's meant to be third place for BSR Mountain Goat, and then P4 BSR Foss. P5 will be Captain Muffin for Zero Turn. P6 for Doghouse Motorsports is a Scooter 82. P7 for Blacklight is Tombo. P8 also for Blacklight, so good team of Hall of Team Points is GTR. P9 is Slappers for Dadson Racing. P10 Dale Teagues for Kraken Esports. P11 E-Bulk for Symmetry. P12 Efi for Thunder Esports. And P13 Tim Durags. And obviously our Mountain Goat is not P13.
Yeah.
Although maybe we should just put him in P13 for exiting the lobby way too quickly. How about that?
That would be appropriate. I mean, I've got the RD's photos.
And meanwhile, I can hear the BSR team owner screaming at me, so I'm not sure how that's going to go down, but hey, it's always worth it as a suggestion. So thank you very much to everybody who has tuned in tonight and stuck with us. Driver of the Day nominations, people. Mr. Bumpcrack, what are your thoughts?
Oh, actually, I think Muffin for putting up such a bit of a show. He actually did a nice hard slog all race. That one position better than when he started.
He definitely had to work hard for that one position.
He did.
Yeah.
Well, to be honest, the whole race, there, in the end, the final finishing positions aren't that far off starting position.
So we've got in the chat Driver of the Day Wacky, considering there were the technical issues early on pre-race. I've got another Driver of the Day nomination for Young Wacky from Debrev. Look, yeah, I think I'm going to have to swing my nomination to Young Wacky. Not just overcoming the technical issues early on, but for running the slightly different strategy and making it work. Definitely held his own in that battle with Mountain Goat through a large portion of that race, so managing to maintain his composure and maintain his pace with minimal errors and bringing home a solid P2, so yeah, definitely worthy of a nomination. My other honourable mentions would probably go to Captain Muffin and Scooter 82.
Scooter had a good run, yeah.
Both having very, very solid races, so definitely honourable mentions go to both of them. Oh, I don't know about you, but I am certainly feeling how late it is. Apologies to everybody for the long run time, but unfortunately that is the way it goes with 2 endurance races in one night, and obviously we do try our best, but there's always some slight technical issues that we have to solve along the way, and I think we managed to do that in a fairly efficient manner tonight. So I hope you all enjoyed tonight's broadcast, and we will be back next week for round 4, which please correct me here if I'm wrong, Mr. Bumcrack. I believe we are racing at Autopolis next week.
That can be confirmed, yes.
See, I should know the schedule off the top of my head, but
that's at least twice tonight you've been right.
Oh, look out! I'm gonna quit. I'm gonna quit while I'm ahead. I'm done. No more guessing things for me because I'm going to completely cock it up. But yes, we will be back next week for Autopolis, and I believe it is no, we're just racing at Autopolis next week. So same time, same YouTube channel. I look forward to having you all join us here again. Thank you again to Mr. Bumcrack for being our race director this evening.
You're more than welcome.
It's always a pleasure having you in the comms box. And I am pretty much out of things to say because I am a little bit exhausted. So I shall take this opportunity to sign out now. Thank you all once again, and we shall see you next week. Good night.
Good night.
Hello everybody, welcome back to Sector 1. We are here tonight for some Category 1 racing action around Pulsate's villages.
Let's go. I wake up to a little bit of drool on my pillow, feel like it's gonna be a bad day. Yeah, I'm tired of shit, and the coffee ain't hit yet, damn, ain't that great. I don't wanna go to work, cause my boss is a jerk, and I'm not even that paid. I need a change in my life, cause I don't feel alive, and there's nothing that makes me happy. Hold my beer for a minute, I'm about to quit my job, cash in for a ticket. I'm going on a trip, and I don't plan to visit. I'm gonna stay there till I feel like I'm winning, and this is just the beginning. I need a big change, only feels like living. I need a big swing, home runs I'm hitting, and I'll never look back, moving on till I get it all. And we all got dreams, we all want things, but what you gonna do for it? How you gonna move for it? What you gonna be? And do you believe you can do anything? But what you gonna do for it? How you gonna move for it? What you gonna be?
Oh my!
Oh no! No! You can't do that!
Just see that steering wheel off that curve.
Fuzzy is somehow keeping it on the track surface. The spectacular drive, and he will take his first win